What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to the second day of our challenge. And I'm super excited about today because we are going to get into a lot of backend stuff and it's going to be exciting. So if you're new here, welcome. We are doing the Uber Eats challenge, which is the second day. What exactly we're doing in this challenge? Well, in this challenge, we are building the whole Uber Eats uh, apps, like a lot of apps. We're going to build the driver side application, the user side application from where he will be able to look through the restaurants, order his next meal. And also we're going to do the restaurant dashboard at the end of this series, where the restaurants will be able to manage their orders and also their dishes. All right, so everything is going to be done with React Native and AWS Amplify. So this is a great opportunity for you to get real hands-on experience building mobile applications with React Native and AWS Amplify. So let me quickly go through the plan of what we are doing each day during the challenge. So yesterday, which was day one, we have completed the user application UI with React Native. If you haven't followed it along, check out previous video from yesterday where we did all the screens. Like, the application is huge. I'm going to show you in a moment because we're going to use the same application today for the day two of the challenge. In order to create the backend, connect our React Native application with the AWS Amplify backend, fetch all the data, authenticate users, and other important stuff. In the day three, we're gonna move to the driver side application, and there we're gonna work a lot with Google Maps and other interesting libraries in order to make the driver application for the Uber Eats application. So day four is going to cover the backend of a driver application. As well, we're going to do like authentication, data fetching, and so on. But the focus there is going to be on creating like a proper like synchronization between the two applications, the user side and the driver side, so that any time the driver moves along his path towards the user will be like updated automatically, and he's gonna see like the live location of a driver on his phone. So in the last day, we're gonna build the restaurant dashboard with React.js and AWS Amplify. So there, yeah, as I said, like the restaurant managers will be able to manage their orders, their dishes, and other important information like location about the restaurant. If you want to follow along, and I always highly encourage you to actually get your hands dirty and start coding together with us, then you're going to need a couple of prerequisites. First of all, you're going to need the asset bundle that will contain like this PDF presentation and also a lot of other important stuff for today, some dummy data, and as well some pre-made components for you to use, not to waste time on building them. Also, you'll need the Expo environment setup and also an AWS account, but about that, I'm going to talk a bit in a moment. So I think we can kickstart the day two. Let's get it going. And if you're new here, hi, welcome to the channel. I'm super excited to see you here. Hungry to learn new stuff and to improve as a software developer. My goal with this channel is to share my experience that I gathered like over 7 years being a software engineer and working from like startups, small companies to even large companies like Amazon. So yeah, if you see some value out of this channel and if you find it helpful, please subscribe to the channel down below because it's gonna help us a lot. But I'm not alone here, so I want to introduce you to Lucas. Probably you already know Lucas from other content that he's doing on our channel. Hi,
Hello,
Lucas.
guys. Hello. Welcome back. I'm excited for day two. This is going to be something new to me and interesting, so I'm very excited.
Yeah,
And yeah,
that's nice. So you don't have a lot of experience with Amplify, right?
yeah, actually, the only experience I have with Amplify was from watching a few of your videos, and also not like a full video, but like clips and stuff. So I'm very excited to learn. And I think I'll try to ask good questions for people and for myself. We'll
Okay,
see.
that's I think a great opportunity for to have like a more interactive lesson, and to see like if something that I'm doing is kind of confusing to you. Please stop me, let me know, or if people have questions in the live chat, also let me know, and we can go over everything one more
At
time.
the end,
Because
I'll
yeah,
maybe, yeah, at the end I'll maybe be able to compare, like for example, Amplify with what I'm using, and we'll see what
yeah,
I like, what people like more.
yeah. Let's see. Hi everyone from the live chat. I see a lot
Hello,
of
guys.
people here. How are you doing? So let's get going, because we, as I said, have a lot of things to cover today. And I'm gonna start with a couple of prerequisites specifically for working with AWS CLI. And first of all, of course, you're gonna need an AWS account that you can sign up for free. However, you will need a credit card in order to sign up. And AWS has a quite a good free tier, which means that for most of the services, and actually I can say for all of the services that we're going to use today, they are covered by the free tier. So you're not going to get charged unless like you deploy your application to a million of users. I don't know, but as I said, like everything that we're going to do today like is covered by free tier, so don't worry on that side. Other things that you will need to have installed is notejust and npm, but I guess you already have if you are following this video, as well as git. So the last step is the Amplify CLI. For more information, you can access the documentation of Amplify, specifically showing how to set up the node.js and other prerequisites. So at this moment, I assume that you already have the Amplify CLI installed and set up on your machine. And from there, we're going to take it step by step from creating the project uh, and building everything that we need specifically for this project. So let's get started. I think we can get started. And the first step that we have to do is to create our application backend, which we can do at aws.amazon.com. So let's go ahead there. Okay, so we're gonna get to that. Shall we have
First
a
question:
small demo?
why Amplify?
The first question: why Amplify? Okay,
Yes.
that's interesting. Amplify is a very powerful set of tool that makes it very easy for front end and mobile developers to get into building backends, and to get into AWS. So like AWS by itself like is super flexible, but super powerful, flexible, but it's quite technical and complicated when you want to deploy everything yourself on AWS. I've done that. I have certifications for AWS, and it's a lot of it's very technical. But with AWS Amplify, we're trying to simplify a lot of the steps that you have to do in order to build applications. And these are things that are very general, and probably any application would need something like authentication. To set up authentication without Amplify and without like AWS, like you would need like a good, like I don't know, I can say, but let's say 2 weeks at least. Like it took me 1 week just to set the login with Apple for Fitinium or something like
Yeah.
that. So, but with Amplify, you can do that like in a couple of lines of code, because they have prepared it and they have made the infrastructure ready for us to easier get started and use these services from
Mhm.
AWS. So that's why Amplify.
Yeah, I
And
saw that it's.
also another thing is that um, whenever some things are easy, that means that they are not flexible.
Mhm.
So like, I don't know, for example, if Firebase is easy, it means that it's not very flexible if you need some very custom things. With Amplify, like they are doing great on the flexibility side, because what Amplify is, it's not a new service. It's just a utility, a helper in front of other services that exist on AWS. So if you have like very custom features, you can do them separately, like with Lambda functions and other things, and just connect them to your application in case AWS Amplify doesn't support something at the moment.
Yeah. That, from what I've noticed, is that the setting up is a lot easier with Amplify than creating like your own backend from scratch. And some things, like Vadim said, like authentication, to have a proper authentication done by yourself, it takes like a lot longer than I've seen Vadim, well, and he'll showcase it here, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, some things, from what I've noticed, are a lot faster and easier. Not sure how flexible compared to custom backend, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah. So before we get started with our backend, let's really quick have a look at our application that we built yesterday. And here we can see the homepage with a list of restaurants and the details about them, after which you can press on one and see the details of the restaurant. And below you see the menu with all the dishes that they offer. At the moment, these are all dummy data, but today our goal is to have everything coming from the database. If you press here, for example, on one of these dishes, you will see the details of this dish. You'll be able to set how many of them you want to order, and after that you can add them to basket. After you have created your basket, you'll be able to create your order, and after you create your order, you'll see the order details page, and also you can go to the order list and see them here in this list, from where you can press on them, see the details of a order, where is it coming from, the status of a order, and like information about the dishes that you ordered. And lastly, we have a profile that is not ready yet, but we're gonna do it today. So with that being said, let's get going and let's start implementing the backend for all of these features that we described here. So the first step, as I said, we need to create our application. So let's go to aws.amazon.com, and here let's sign in. Okay, I'm gonna sign in outside the screen, and I need my phone. Alex, can you give me my phone, please? But fast. Security, MFA. I'm gonna grab it myself.
Okay. So hello guys, I saw a lot of people are coming, and yeah, what a good day to start day 2. Day 1 was super awesome. I'm going to learn a lot of new packages as a developer. Thank you guys. Yep, no problem. I remember actually Coutinho Orlando from yesterday. So very nice to see you again here working. Good job, good job.
All right, so okay, here I have it. We should see it. And after you create your account, sign in, let's search in this bar AWS Amplify. Let's open AWS Amplify from here. And we can go to the new application and select the build an application. For the application name, we're gonna choose Uber Eats, and let's press confirm deployment. That's it. This is how we create the application backend, and the rest is covered by Amplify behind the scenes to create all the necessary roles, the necessary resources to manage your application. In a moment, this should be done, and we will be able to open the Amplify Studio, from where we will do most of our work.
Okay, so this initializing and setting up is pretty fast usually, right?
Yeah, this one takes, I don't know, 1 minute or something like that.
Okay.
So here, create an account. We were gonna go to the Amplify dashboard. Yes. And yeah, we just have to wait. Let's see if we have any questions.
I have one question. When
Yeah.
you wouldn't recommend using Amplify?
When I wouldn't recommend using Amplify. Oh, this is a good question. When I wouldn't.
Because I know you really love it, especially from what you talk about it. Is
Yeah,
there
yeah,
a
I fell
case
in
when
love
you
with
wouldn't
it.
recommend it?
There definitely are the cases that I cannot think about now. Most probably, like what I'm thinking about are the project that are completely at a different level. I don't know, like Facebook building their Facebook,
Okay.
they'll definitely not use Amplify. They will use their custom infrastructure, database, and their custom servers.
Hmm.
But like on the level of all our, like on the level of developers that we are, I don't see an application where I say like Amplify wouldn't work here.
Okay. So
Like
is it
if the
because
application is the usual application that we are talking about, like mostly based on data, like media storage, like images, files, if it's not something very niche and edge case, like I don't know, some machine learning, but even machine learning you can do with Amplify.
yeah. So is it because of customizability or because of pricing? You wouldn't in edge cases like for Facebook, big applications where there's a lot of demand.
um yeah, it's probably both.
Okay.
But Amplify itself does not add any price to your application.
Yeah, yeah.
You are priced based on the services behind the scenes, like Lambda functions,
Okay.
Cognito, S3 buckets.
Which you
So
probably might use, yeah, either way.
uh, we are done here. Our application has initialized. And on this page, we can scroll down a bit until we see an orange button called saying Launch Studio. So let's launch the studio. And this is the Amplify Studio where we can design and manage our backend. We can select an environment staging. Usually it selects automatically, but in my case, it asks me. Before Amplify Studio, like the only options you would have is using the CLI, like configuring everything through the CLI. But with the Amplify Studio, now you can set up your data model and the database right away here in a very visual way, which we're going to get to it like a bit later. So I'm not going to go into it right now. You can manage authentication, storage, for example, Lambda functions, and a lot of things here under the setup. Under the manage is where we manage the content and the users of our application. As well, we're going to see in a moment when we define our database and have some content there, we will be able to see it here. What's cool about Amplify Studio is that this is a separate application and a separate like domain and everything separate from the AWS. So as you see, AWS has Amazon.com Advanced, but Amplify Studio has AmplifyUp.com. That means that with this approach, it's much easier to collaborate on the same project with your team, and especially with non-technical members of your team. For example, it's going to be much easier to give access to this Amplify Studio to a content creator or copywriter or someone that is dealing with the content, and he is going to work in this content in a user-friendly way. And by this, you don't have to give him access to your whole AWS account and risk like having something deleted by him by mistake. As well, like users and also files. So this is by default, it comes with a very powerful CMS here that you can use. Okay, so this is our Create the Application backend. We went over the Amplify Studio, and we're gonna get more familiar with Amplify Studio as we progress with this tutorial, because we're gonna have to work a lot here to set up everything. Let's start with setting up authentication. So To set up authentication to let only authenticated users use our application, and also to give them possibility to create an account and to manage their account, we have a possibility to integrate that with Amplify by integrating the module authentication. So let's go to the setup authentication here. And here we will be able to configure our login mechanism. By default, we have a email login mechanism, but we can choose also other login mechanism like login with your phone number, with Facebook, with Google, Amazon, sign in with Apple, and so on. I'm okay with email, so I'm gonna leave email. For multi-factor authentication, I'm gonna leave it off by default. And the only thing that I'm gonna change in the password protection, I will take it easy with the rules on my password because this is a demo. But in your case, you can include the rules that you need the passwords to comply with.
That's
And
nice.
that's it. We can press deploy and then confirm deploy. And now Amplify behind the scenes is creating all the services that are necessary for the authentication. I can go into more details on what services are used behind the scenes, but I think that's gonna be too complicated and confusing. So let's just think of a magic box behind the scenes that Amplify is doing to set up everything that we need.
Okay, so far everything looks easy.
So far,
And it's good that everything is like done in a dashboard. Especially as a new developer, it would make so much sense than writing some like random
Mhm.
commands in the terminal.
I don't know. For me, I was always like more into like CLI commands.
Yeah, I
Like
know that.
even like for stuff like Git, when I see people using visual Git, I don't understand it. Like for me, it's easier. But that's how I started and that's how I got used to. But like here, like to manage all the data and to manage everything, like it's so much powerful to do it like in a visual way. But you have also the ability to do it with a
Yeah.
CLI.
Most likely, yeah, it depends from what you've started. Because for Git, I also started using like CLI, and that's what I got used to. But I see people use as well, like visual, and well, it looks cool, but I don't understand much what's happening in their dashboard. So yeah.
Someone loves AWS. It's great. Yay.
And I see people that are still like coming today saying hi, but they said like, okay, I'm working on yesterday's build because I didn't manage to finish and come
Okay.
back to this later. So that's nice,
All
nice
right.
as well.
Yeah, probably we went crazy yesterday, like 5 hours of pure
Yeah,
content of
a lot of learning.
yeah.
Yes, code with a late. As I said in the start, I've never used Amplify. Like it's I didn't even saw how to set it up. So they usually use like custom backend. So this one is going to be really interesting to me. And as I said, I'll try to ask as many questions as I can in order to make it like
More
entertaining
interactive.
to you and very interesting as well to me.
All right, come on. This deployment takes a bit of time, like probably 2 to 3 minutes. So just waiting, but it's done. So oh, actually, I think that while we were waiting for setting up the authentication, we can go and implement the next step and to install all the AWS Amplify libraries in our project to be able to connect and manage like the Amplify backend from the React Native to integrate with it. So I cannot copy them from here, like, and I don't have a presentation. So let's go to the Amplify docs just to copy this command. Let me Amplify docs. Let's go getting started React Native and set up a full project. And I'm gonna go with Expo and install here. You can copy them directly from the presentation, but in my case, I don't have it opened on my PC, so I'll copy them from here. I need to get used to copying it with Control, not with Windows key. Okay, so let's go in our application. Let's, by the way, if you had some issues in the first day with the application, with building everything, the good news is that I have added the source code from yesterday in the dummy data that you can download at assets.notjust.dev/Uber Eats. So you can go there, download, and inside the asset bundle, you'll also find the source code from day one. So if you want to start from exactly the same page as I'm doing here, you can get that folder, open it in Visual Studio Code, install the dependencies with npm install, and we are ready to get started together. So the first step, as I said, we are going to install the AWS Amplify libraries that we will need. And yeah, after this, yeah, we will move on to connect our React Native application with the Amplify backend.
Okay. Will you be
Yeah.
implementing social media login authentications? I don't think so. Will you in this?
In this tutorial, no, we're not going to do that because that's a bit more advanced, but we do that in the course, by the way. We do both Google, so sign in with Google and sign in with Apple, or no,
Yeah.
Facebook. Okay, so now let's go back to our Amplify Studio. You can see it, right? And from here, after our authentication is deployed, at the top right corner, we will see local setup instruction. Let's press on this, and it provides us with a command that we have to run to pull all the changes about our Amplify inside our project. So let's copy this command. And let's go back in our terminal and say Amplify pull everything that we copied from there. This opened for me a browser window to say to authenticate me with Amplify. So the only thing that I have to do is say yes, and I can close this window. Now Amplify will ask us a couple of questions to make sure that it sets up with best settings for specifically our project and environment. So the first one is the editor. So I'm going to choose Visual Studio Code. The second one, we have to choose JavaScript because we are building with React Native. And in the third one, choose React Native for the framework. And the source directory path, we can leave it as source, so just press enter. Distribution directory as well, enter, enter, enter for the build and start command. And here, the last question is, do you plan on modifying this backend? Let's say yes, we plan, just because if you say yes, you plan to modify this backend, it will also pull the code for your backend, and we will be able to have a look and modify if needed. Now, everything successfully pulled the backend environment from staging from the cloud. And what do we see new in our project? The new stuff that we see in our project, let me see something, because okay. Okay, no worries. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Just not to forget. Lucas, remind me about the bug with navigation.
I'll try to.
After we go over this structure. So
Okay.
by doing Amplify pull, the things that we will see in our project is first of all a directory called Amplify, and here is where all the backend code for our backend lives. In a lot of cases, we will not work with this Amplify folder, only in some edge cases when we have to adjust some code for specifically for it. But now, like, I probably never went into these folders and so on. So if you open them, don't get scared. it's okay. This is managed by Amplify. For us, in our source directory, we should see a file called AWS exports. And this AWS exports file is all the configuration that helps us connect our application with our backend. So it contains information like the region of your project, the user pool which is for our authentication, like the ID of our user pool, like other information about authentication and so on. So these AWS exports help us connect to our backend. But how we are going to connect it? Well, let's go in our app.js. But before doing anything, let me see what's
Bug,
going
yeah.
on there. Could not be found. Okay, I know why. So I'm gonna go here. I was messing around before the stream. So let me just.
So yeah, guys, thank you for kind words again. Probably I'll have to say this not once because I cannot ignore those nice words from you. So yeah, thank you everybody from Vadim and me.
No, star them because I don't manage to see them, but I want to. So let me run again web project. So npm start. Oh, it's here. Actually, it's running. So I just need to find that window. Oh, this is how you do it on Windows. It's so hard for me to switch from MacBook to Windows. And I was thinking today, like, what's wrong with me? I haven't figured out like what is my preferred
Oh
system,
wow,
like the Windows or the MacBook. I don't know.
that's what I wanted to say. Ask you right now. So what do
I
you
don't know.
use as your main one?
I don't know. It
Both.
depends on the mood.
Okay.
like yeah, like the Windows machine is a bit more powerful. So as you can see now, it's better than yesterday. But only like for these hardcore tasks like streaming
Yeah.
and so on. For like normal day-to-day work, like the MacBook is running much better than the Windows, and
Yeah.
like the whole like ecosystem of everything is better. But yeah.
Like one good question. So what databases can you use with Amplify?
Hmm. By default, we're gonna get there, but by default, Amplify uses the DynamoDB database, which is a super like insanely performant database, like NoSQL database developed by AWS. So it has some limitations, but these limitations come just because of the performance that it gives you. Like it's under milliseconds requests for a lot of data, and it
Yeah.
scales almost infinitely to match the demand of your users. So I'm running the application again. Everything is fine. That means that we didn't break anything so far. Let's go ahead and app.js. And as I said, to bring back my thought that I was having back then, like our AWS exports is helping us connect to our AWS Amplify backend. In order to connect, let's go in our app.js, and we're going to have to import a couple of things here. This, yes. The first thing that we want to import is going to be from AWS Amplify, and we are going to import AWS, no, just AWS Amplify. How am I calling it always? Oh, Amplify, just Amplify. Okay. So add to stream. So we need to destructure the Amplify from AWS Amplify. And also we need to import the config file that we saw there inside the .source.aws exports, the one that I was showing you here that helps you connect. Now that you have the amplify and config, we can put them together and say amplify.configure and provide the config that was generated for us automatically. And by doing this, now we configured our project to connect with our backend. And yeah, let's reload if we don't see any errors. Um, that's perfect. Yes, as you see here. So far, we don't see any new features. Of course, we are going to do them in a moment. But what we had to do is to configure and not to see any errors. Perfect. So the next step, this is everything about configuring Amplify. The next step is to implement authentication. And yes, Lucas, this is just this screen and these two lines of code in order to implement authentication in your application. So what do we have to do? Well, first, we have to import a higher order component with authenticator from AWS Amplify React Native. I don't even need to do that, like just AWS Amplify React Native. Now, using this with authenticator higher order component, and higher order component, if that sounds too complicated to you, like it's just a function with which you encapsulate another component. So what we have to do is we need to wrap our application inside the with authenticator higher order component. For that, instead of exporting right away here in line, I'm going to remove this export default, just simply declaring the function application. And below, I'm going to export default application, but now I want to encapsulate it inside the with authenticator application. And that's it. Now we have a fully working authentication system with all the authentication screens that we need there. But probably I'm going to have to reload it. Most probably, yes, because we have a lot of new libraries. So let me close it. One. Yes, and let's do npm start again. So, yes, as simple as this, and this will give us all the screens that we will need, like login, sign up, confirm your account. You will receive an email on your email with a confirmation code. You can set forget password and reset your password, and a lot of more stuff. So
That
as you can
was
see,
a bit faster than I expected.
yeah, like,
A lot
this
faster.
app is always like fascinating, like how fast it is to implement like authentication. So by providing this with authenticator before our application, we right away see the authentication screens. Now what we can do is go to the sign up here. For the username, provide your email. This is something that is a bit confusing, but because we set that our login method is using an email address, that's what we're gonna have here. For the email again, Vadim notjust.dev. And the phone number, I can say any random number. The email is important to be yours because you will need to confirm your account and you'll receive an email. So let's press sign up. And now on my email, I received the code. And the code is 890134. 890. Let's confirm. If we are back to the sign into your account, that means that our account is already confirmed, like we successfully confirmed it. We didn't have any errors. And we can go ahead and use our email and password to sign up in our application. Sign in. And we are in our application. Now, if you're going to refresh the application, like this with authenticator higher order component will know to check first if user is authenticated or not. And in our case, we are already authenticated, and it manages like caching and storing all this data for us in order for us to have a very easy development experience just by having one line of code. So here it is. We are authenticated. We have a user, and we can we can see that here, back in our Amplify Studio, if we go to the user management, I see already the first user created here. I see his ID, the ID. I see that the account is confirmed because we confirmed our email. And we can also reset the password from here or delete the account or do any other things that we can do. That's it.
Okay.
How do you
Also, it was a lot faster than I expected for sure, and like crazy how much it helps with authentication. Wow, I mean, but one person also asked, like, is it easy to customize the fields that you need?
Mhm.
It's easy. So, for example, if I don't need a phone number, I can delete it.
Yes. The thing is that, yeah, it's super easy to get started, but if you have to customize this, it's possible. So it's also easy, like just by providing some options here to the with authenticator to provide the sign up fields, if I'm not mistaken, right now. I'm teaching this in the course, like in detail on. Actually, there are two ways of how you could customize the whole experience of the sign up screens. One is going to be to simply provide your own theme to the Amplify, and by providing your theme, you can style completely the way you want all the buttons, all the inputs, all the headers, texts, everything that is inside the authentication screens. The thing that you will not be able to adjust is, I don't know, like things like complete different layout or a different flow. For example, if you need first some onboarding screens and then some authentication, like these things that are more complex, uh, you cannot adjust using a theme. A
Mhm.
theme, you can adjust like button styles to match your design, input styles, text styles, and so on. But another approach, like if you need like full customization, in that situation you can build everything, like all the UI yourself, and using simply some API calls, you can integrate with the authentication module. And actually, we have a very good tutorial on YouTube that teaches exactly that. We have built the authentication series. You can see it on the channel, where we build the UI ourselves, like everything custom built. And then we simply integrated with the authentication from Amplify by calling auth.sign up and providing username and email, and it gives you back like the error or the status code. So it's quite simple, but check out that tutorial to get more details.
Yeah, I think Olatunde pasted the tutorial you're talking about.
Mhm. So what I want to show here, like the way you can interact directly with the authentication module without, exactly the way you can interact with that. I will go ahead. Do I want to? Yes. Okay. So let me think how to structure everything. I have one bug to fix, and I also want to add the sign out feature. But the sign out
Okay.
feature is going to be in the profile. But the
Mhm.
profile we didn't import yet. Lucas, what do you say?
Let's
Let's
do profile. I don't
Yes,
know.
let's import the profile now because we want to add the sign out functionality inside the profile. So let's open the screens, and also let's open. Oh, but you know what? I don't have them here, the screen, or do I? Hmm. But I can get it real quick. So open the asset bundle that you downloaded, and where in a moment I'm also gonna download them. In order,
Hello, Zaid. Is the country code changeable for the phone number? Victor is asking. Like,
um, to be honest, I don't know. I should look into that into the documentation because there are a
I
lot
think
of
it
things
should be.
It should be definitely like it
Yeah.
should be either like inside the with authenticator, or if not, like you can provide your own like component there.
Yeah.
So extract all, come on. Here. So I have the asset bundle here. And inside that we have a Uber Eats asset bundle. We have, come on, it didn't update for me. So I'm gonna have to download it from there. Let's go to Academy. Not Academy. Assets. Notjust.dev. Uber Eats. Okay.
Leonardo, did you got the warning of an handle promise rejection right now? Because he's asking why it's happening. I didn't
Um,
saw it.
yes, we're gonna fix that issue as well.
Okay, so I didn't notice it, but yeah, Leonardo, it will be fixed soon.
If the issue is something about the didn't find application ID or something like that, we're gonna handle it in a moment.
That's from Amplify.
Yes. So
Okay.
here I have finally my asset bundle. And in the pre-made components, we have this folder profile screen. So let's grab this profile screen inside our screens directory here. Come on. No, you didn't want to copy? Okay. Learning how to use a Windows machine? No, I cannot do it. Why? Oh, because I have to extract them first. Now, where are they extracted? Oh, so hard. Okay. It's here. Okay. So let's go and bring the profile screen here in our screens finally. And the profile screen is a simple component that has a couple of text inputs. The text input for the name, the address, the latitude and longitude for the user, and a button to save everything. So let's go ahead in our navigation index, and let's scroll down for the bottom tab navigator, home tabs. Inside the home tabs, we have home, orders, and profile. So for the profile, instead of rendering the orders, let's render the profile screen that we need
Guys,
to import.
isn't the text too close for you? Maybe it looks like that only to me, so I wanted to make sure because I can see like
It's too big.
that's what it looked for me, but I'm not sure about the other, so that's why I asked. Right now, it looks better a lot.
Okay, but maybe we can do it like this and like this in order for us not to cover it. I think this looks a bit better.
For me, it's also hard to follow the tutorial when they're very close. I remember, so just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure what
but
others
not
are
everyone
thinking.
has good internet.
Yes, yes, yes.
So as I said, for our profile, we render profile screen, but we also have to import it. So let's import it here on the top from the screen profile screen, the screen that we just added. That's it. And now let's see. Let's refresh. Development server. Okay, what's happened? Profile screen. It didn't like how I imported the profile screen. Let's try again because I think it should be good.
Hey, Dreamland. Okay, Catalin saying it's good like that.
Come on. Why are you stuck here? I'm gonna do that. And here, let's do npm start.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. What do you think? If you press multiple times, will it run faster?
Well, I don't think so, but we can try. So why? Oh, it was complaining about how you import the profile screen.
Something like that, but I think it was like an old error while I was typing it.
Is it even loading, like building the metro?
I think so. I hope so. Hmm. Let's wait. Saying that it's opening.
Yeah. Oh,
Something went
something.
wrong. Still don't see any errors on my side.
Maybe try to like delete and reinstall the app.
Let's try like
Not
this.
clear from Expo and then I mean.
I'm gonna try to open it again simply, and if not, like I'm gonna nuke Expo.
Interesting. So guys, are you following today or just watching and planning to get into this tutorial, the second one, a bit later?
Why I'm logged in as Lucas Green on my Expo account?
Because of I think of the tutorial that you did. You
Which
remember?
one? No.
I think it was Revenue Cat. No, I think so.
So let me go ahead and you know what? Start everything, but let's do clear. Is it clear? No, I don't want to install those. Please install TypeScript. Why do you want me to install TypeScript? Do I have any TypeScript screens, profile screen? Yes, profile screen is TSX. Sorry, guys. Let's rename it to GS. And I'm going to also update the asset bundle to be just the GS, not to confuse you. But yeah, like it's everything is fine here. So I will restart again.
We have a first timer here. David is first time here, so he's just watching.
Hello, David. Welcome here.
Hopefully, you'll enjoy the stream and get a lot of value out of it. We'll see.
We will see if our application is running. No, I'm joking. It's running. Everything is fine. Building. Let's go.
And Tinder Sniper is following but slower than you, and I think that's good. I think it's better
Yeah.
to take it slow, replay a few times to actually understand what you're doing and go at your
Yeah,
pace.
definitely. So yeah, like have in mind that I have some preparation already. We're working with Lucas on these projects like for a long time to prepare it for you. So that's why it might look easy, but it's definitely not easy. Like we understand like the struggles that you're going through. So take it easy, give yourself some time, and you're gonna get there slowly but steadily. Like the most important thing is to continue building.
Yeah.
So now inside our profile, okay, we have this simple form where we will be able to write anything. But why I imported this profile screen here is because I wanted to show you how we can sign out from the application. So in profile screen, let's add one more button here. A simple button that will say sign out. Sign out. Style. Margin. Margin 10. Will it work? Does it have a style, this button? Style. Let me double check button. Oh. It should have style, margin. Come on.
Love from India. You're doing a great job, which will help a lot of programmers. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Look,
Love.
instead of this button, I'm for the sign out, I'm gonna just do a text, you know, sign out, because I don't want to focus on styles right now. That's what I'm doing right now. Align text center, or text align center.
Text line.
And color, let's do red. It's danger, sign out. So for the profile, okay, we have it there, and some margin. It's so funny that I always say, like, don't be perfectionist. And then I spend like
I think on button you needed container style, maybe. I don't know. Or styles, not style.
Styles. And maybe inside the styles, we need container style.
I'm not sure, but yeah, watching, but we'll
But
follow up
I don't
some
need it.
other time.
I
Yeah.
don't want to focus on it.
Yeah, don't spend time here. Yeah,
What
that's
I
it
wanted
as
to
well.
show you is the sign out functionalities. So I'm gonna add this sign out text, and I'm gonna attach. No, I'm not even gonna attach anything. What I have to do is to import the authentication module from AWS Amplify, and whenever we press on the sign out, we will call on press. So we will call a function that will execute authentication dot sign out, and that's it. That's everything that we have to do. And this is how we directly, let's press sign out, and we are back to the login screen. So this is how we directly access features from authentication, the same like sign out, the same way there are features like sign in. And here you need to provide like username and password, and sign up and forget password. Like there are a lot of functions here, and this gives you a lot of flexibility if you need that in your project. But in my case, I'm gonna sign in again. I could also show you how the forgot password works, but I think it's pretty obvious. Like if you press on the forget password, you're gonna receive a code on your email automatically. You put that code, and you go ahead and reset your password with a new one, and everything is already there. It's done and it's working. All right, so we have this one here for the sign out, and as I said, we will have to fix two issues, right? One of the issues is the one that I encountered when I moved from my MacBook to Windows. And if I go from the home screen to the profile and then back to the home screen, for some reason the screen disappears. And that happens like the same with orders, from the orders to profile and then back to the orders, it disappears. It's a very weird bug. But I didn't have enough time to look deep into it, like why is it happening that way. But what we can do is, we, instead of using material bottom tab navigator, we can use simply the bottom tab navigator, and by doing that, this bug is going to be fixed. So let's go ahead and install the npm install React Native navigation slash. Let's hope that I'm gonna write it correctly. It's bottom slash tabs, dash tabs, bottom tabs, like this. Now, I don't need that. Okay. Now, here, instead of importing this one from the material bottom tab navigator, we can import the create function, from React navigation bottom tabs, and we will import create bottom tab navigator. So the only thing that now we have to do is to replace, scroll down a bit where we have this tab, And instead of creating them with material bottom tab navigator, we'll create them simply bottom tab navigator. And now we can remove this import, and also we could remove the library from package.json if we decide that we will not need it anymore. It's this material bottom tabs. I wouldn't suggest it because maybe we will need it later. So let's save. And now home screen, I don't see anything at all. Let's refresh. Required module. What module? Bottom tabs, we have it. And maybe I have to, maybe I have to rerun. So let's stop the server. Start it again. I'm gonna start it without clear. Hopefully it's gonna work. And now let's run on Android. Зачем нужен Лукас? Группа поддержки. Lucas, did you understand that?
A little bit.
Yes, Lucas is learning here today. And he's making sure that your questions are answered. So yeah, he's helping me with everything. Come on. Okay, it's building. That's good. Himanshu, thank you very much. We appreciate that. SignOut is dangerous? Why?
You said it. I should make it red because it's dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now let's see if I go from orders back to the home. It still works. Profile, home, it works. Everything works. Now the only issue is that we have two, how they are called, the headers for the home and restaurant. And the way to fix it inside the home tabs, we're going to give screen options, and we want to header shown to be false. It like this, false. Save. Now the header for the home disappeared, and we only have a restaurant header that is coming from the home stack navigator here on the bottom. So it's working like this. For the orders, while we are still fixing these issues, like I have left that spacing on the top that we already don't need. So I can go to the order screen index, and we don't need padding top 50 here. We can live without that. And now it looks better. What else we don't need? If I go to the order details, yes, this is good. We can go back. Profile, this is good.
Try to go to order
but
details.
You know what? For the profile, but no, I don't need it. So home, and we can go here. We can go back. Either
we don't
way,
need that one.
We don't need that one, right?
Yeah.
So that means that where in the home stack navigator for the restaurants, we need to hide the header. So let's give options. Header shown false. For the restaurants, no, for the restaurant details. Here. For the restaurant itself. Yeah, like this. And what about the dish? For the dish, we can have it.
Yeah, probably we don't have a way to go back, so we need to.
Yes, let's leave it like this. Now it's much better. So with the navigation, we fixed this bug. Let me see if we have any other warnings about navigation. No, that's about the keys. We're gonna get there. That's about something else. No, okay. Promise rejections. We're gonna get there to fix it. No, other than that, we don't have any problems. Okay, so that means that let's handle the. Can you see it?
Yep.
Let's handle the problem that we see here. Unhandled promise rejections, error, no credential application region. Why is this happening? This is happening after we configured AWS Amplify, and it's coming from the app.js, here where we call Amplify configure with a config. And it's happening because it tries to initialize the analytics module, but we didn't set it up yet. So how we will do it is we are gonna disable manually the analytics library by saying that the config will be this config. Basically, we destructure everything from the config inside another object because we want to override the analytics, and we want to disable. Let me remember, is it disable or enable or disabled? So give me 1 second. Maybe I have it here. No, I don't have it here.
And after this, finally getting into
Yes, after
real
this,
stuff.
it's something interesting. Like there, we will have to code more, but still, like you'll see how easy it is. So let me find them. Yes, something we should say to false, but it's probably in. I don't even want to try to to remember. Okay, it should be here. Okay, it's disabled, and analytics, and we need to say that the analytics is disabled true. And we can either have it like here or from new lines, if like this. So by doing that, let me clean everything, refresh the application, and we shouldn't see that error. Yes, no, it's still loading. Okay, here it is, and we don't have an error. Perfect. Okay, so I think we have fixed everything that we had to. So for that reason, we can go to the next step.
Yep.
Or let's see if there are any interesting questions right now. I cannot find the one that I wanted to answer. Okay, so for authentication, we are done. We saw how easy it is to set up our Amplify project, to set up our authentication module, and also how to integrate that in our application with a couple of lines of code. The next step is to start working on our database. And whenever we start working on the database, everything starts with designing the structure of our database, on how we're going to keep our data in our database in order to have it like performant and fast and optimized. So we're going to start with 2 data points. One of them is the restaurant, that contains information like image, name, price, not price, but ratings. And the other part is the dish item. A dish item is one item that the restaurant is selling. So here it's interesting because we will be able to work a bit with relationships, and we will see how to model these things. So let's go ahead and start by opening our Amplify Studio, and let's go to the setup data. So as I said, we need two models in our application for now. One of them, let's press add model, and the first one is called restaurant, and the other model is called dish. Okay, now it's time to think about the fields that we need to store for each individual item inside this table. For that, we can look at our dummy data. That's gonna be a very good example of what data your application needs. So we can go to the assets data, and in the restaurants here you can see that okay, one restaurants need a name, a delivery fee, a mean delivery time, and so on. So let me take it step by step, and we will cover all of these fields that we need. All right, let's go back to that. So let's start with defining the fields that we need for our restaurant. Let's press add field. In the first field, we need a name for the restaurant. On the right, we can choose the type that we want the field to be. It can be a string, an integer, a float number, a boolean, other custom types that are coming specifically implemented by Amplify, like AWS date and time, timestamp. Like there are a lot of things. For example, if you put the AWS URL, this is very similar to a string, but also it will give you by default some data validation to make sure that the string that you're defining is a URL. What we're interested in here is indeed a string, but we have one more option. On the right here, we have a possibility to make this field required. And I think the name of a restaurant should be required because every restaurant should have a name there. And if the name is required, after the string here, we see a question mark specifying that it is required. If I disable it, no question mark. Okay, let's move on with the next field. We need the image. The image is going to be a URL to an image that will be stored somewhere. For that reason, I'm going to keep string. Should it be required or not? Can we have restaurants without an image? Maybe we do.
But
Like
we don't display it like that.
Let's say that the name is required. The next field is the delivery fee. And the delivery fee is going to be a float. Like it should be like, I don't know, $3.5 or something like that. And again, like this delivery fee, like in your application, if you are going to improve it, most probably is going to be calculated based on a formula, like the distance between the restaurant and the user, the driver, I don't know. But in our case, we are gonna just have it in the restaurant model, one field with a delivery fee. Then we have the minimum delivery time. Again, in your application, like if you want to improve it, most probably you will gonna have to calculate this based on the distance to the user. But in this case, like we're gonna put it here, and it's gonna be an integer because we want to specify it in minutes. So 10 or 15 minutes, something like that. For the max delivery time, we also have an integer.
Isn't delivery fee required? Because how then I know how much I'll pay for delivery?
Let's make it required. Like if it's not there, you can assume that it's 0. So for the minimum delivery time, I'm gonna also go with required. But no, let's not make them required.
In Uber, it's always displayed, but I mean,
okay. If an Uber is always displayed, is required.
If it's 0, it says 0.
So max delivery time. Then we have the rating of a restaurant. That's gonna be a float, probably like 3.5. You can have, right? Yes. And the rating. What else? The address of a restaurant. This is gonna be a string, and I'm gonna make it required. For the rating as well, let's make it required. No, because rating, if you don't have any ratings, that doesn't mean that you have a rating of 0. If you're a new restaurant, you don't have any rating, so it
Yeah.
should be should not be required.
Yeah.
Okay, besides the address, we will need 2 more fields to identify where is that restaurant located. And these fields are latitude and longitude. This is going to be the easiest way to determine like the physical location of the restaurant and use it on a map. It doesn't mean that the restaurant will, and it's also a float. It doesn't mean that the restaurant will have to input this latitude and longitude, because we can use some libraries, for example, Google autocomplete, that the restaurant will simply search for their name. Google autocomplete will give it in the result. They will choose it, and from there we will take the latitude and longitude. So, but still we need to know this information in our database about the restaurant to know where to send the driver to pick the order. And I think that's everything that I governed for this one.
Yep.
We'll see. Hopefully we will not need more, because it takes a bit of time to deploy the database. So I'm going to try it from the first time. Let's move on to the dish, and let's define the fields of a dish. So we're going to start with a name, string required. Then we're going to have a same an image, but here the image is not required because we don't want, it should be optional, the image. Let's go with a short description and also a proper description, like a long description. But my question is, do we need to complicate ourselves with short and long description?
Well, for us, maybe it's not
No, let's
necessary,
not
but
go with short description. Yeah, let's treat the description as the only description, and when we need to render it in a short form, we're just going to limit like the first characters.
what the difference between these two in Uber is that that short description just says like what kind of ingredients does it have, and then long description says like the whole describes the whole dish, what it is. So
we're going to
that's
work
the
with
only
description
difference.
simply.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to add data, so in order to make our life a bit easier. And lastly, we have the price of a dish, which is going to be a float number, and it should be required because we need to know what's the price. Description is optional. Yeah, let's have it optional. Anything else for the dish? No, probably that's it. Okay, that's all the fields that we will need. But we're not done yet, because we need to define some relationship between a restaurant and a dish. And I don't think I can connect my iPad to draw, but yeah, the relationship, as I said here, the relationship between a dish and a restaurant is a one-to-many relationship. And it is one-to-many because one restaurant can have many dishes on one side, but one single dish can belong to only one restaurant. Did it make sense, Lucas?
Yep, it made a lot
Should I
of
try
sense.
again? No?
Well, at least for me, it made sense.
Mhm. Okay. What happened?
We have a few like questions. Did you do sign-in screen? So yeah, Vadim did it at the start, the same as register. He showcased it a little bit later. And also there were some comments about the fields that you were providing. A rating should be an integer because it's easier to pick 4 stars compared to 4.3, but the restaurant itself can be rated 4.5, let's say, or something like that.
Yeah, that's the average rating
Yeah.
rating that we said here. It's not the actual rating of a user, but it's the average one that is calculated somehow.
Yes. Then add a registration date for the restaurant so you could know when it started
By the way,
working.
registration date, these are fields that are automatically added by Amplify, like created at, updated at. These are 2 fields that are managed for us. So if I look in the GraphQL schema, probably I'm not going to see it, but later we're going to see what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
So we will know when that restaurant was registered.
Yeah. And other suggestions from Nintendo Sniper make sense, but we're just trying to make this as simple as possible. Like you could add all of your suggestions fields to that, and it would make sense. But yeah,
it's still like not simple, so we try to focus on the main things of this
yeah,
application in order to fit in the time. So as you saw, like yesterday it was a 5-hour stream, so today we still want not to go over 5 hours because that's a lot, and I understand like it's quite hard for you and tiring for you to go so long. So I want to only focus on the main things of this application, and that's what we're going to do today. So now we can move on to define this relationship between a restaurant and a dish. Well, this we can go to the restaurant and click on other relationship. Here we will select the dish that we want to add the relationship with, and the model relationship here is we want one restaurant to have many dishes, not one restaurant to have only one dish, because that doesn't make sense to have be a restaurant if you have only one dish. And as well, we don't need many restaurants to many dishes because we don't want one dish to belong to multiple restaurants. We don't want the hamburger to belong both to McDonald's and to Burger King because they have very specific burgers. So that's one. It's one restaurant to many dishes. And the relationship name here is dishes, and this is going to be how we're going to be able to get information about the dishes inside our restaurant, but we're going to see that later. So let's save. And when we did that, if I scroll up a bit, one field appeared in my dish, and that field is restaurant ID, and it's a relationship source. That means that now every dish in our database will know the ID of the restaurant it belongs to. So with that being said, let's press save and deploy because this is going to take a bit of time, and then we can cover more questions about the data. And the next step is going to be to actually start fetching this data and integrating our application with this.
okay.
Yeah, so here, the next one, yes, deploy changes. That's what we're doing now. And then we're going to pull everything and continue.
Yep. Oh, a new question. Oh, yes, yeah, and Nintendo, you could add those to your app. If you actually, that's maybe even nicer. If you're following this tutorial, you can play around with all the data and make this whole app even bigger, even better.
That's like what I encourage people to do. Like, first of all, okay, follow what we are doing here, but because we are limited by time, we cannot cover all the aspect of your application. Probably neither does Uber Eats cover everything that they want to cover, because it's a never ending process of improving an application. And take this journey the same for you. uh, if you build this and you're curious, like, okay, but how can I make the ratings calculate automatically, or let's say the delivery time to automatically be calculated based on the user location, and try to do that.
Yeah.
Or okay, Vadim, it can be very small things, like Vadim did a short description, but I want to do both a short description and a long description to have them separate, and I want to display them in different places in my application. Just by doing that, like, it's so valuable to you, and you'll learn much better, and you will validate if you understood the concepts. Because when you follow along, like, it's one thing, and you might think that, yeah, I get everything, but when you try to do on your own, that's when you're gonna connect all the dots in your brain to properly understand this concept.
Yes, I agree, and I can definitely confirm that by even myself because that's how I actually learned. Just when I started programming, we were getting in university like some homework, let's say, and I was doing it, but then I was trying to add like a little bit more extra challenge. Maybe it's not something super difficult, but something more and little extra challenges. I think that was yeah, a very, very good learning
Because
experience.
that's when you get into problems, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's when you have to solve it
by solving
yourself.
those problems, you get to that aha moment, like,
Yeah.
that's why it didn't work, and that's why in that case it worked, but now it doesn't.
And
And
I
this is
think this
important.
is the reason why I got hooked on programming so much, because yeah, as I said, like when I started university, I didn't know anything about it. So, but those like little, okay, I got stuck on a problem. I was spending so much time like trying to figure out like, oh my God, I wanted to throw my laptop out of the window. Nothing
And
is
then
working. And then like, oh, so
the,
that's what it
the
is.
dopamine hit.
Yeah, yeah. And then, okay, I wanted more, I want more. And yeah, this one.
So that's the life of a software engineer, like struggling in order to have like that aha moment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Addiction, very, very big addiction.
Mirbek, welcome here. Yes, these videos are going to be published on the channel. I cannot promise for how long. Maybe like after 2 weeks, we're gonna make them private. But for the beginning, they will be there, so you can go back, rewatch them. So yeah, take your time and do it now while we're still here public.
Yep. Mm-mm. Okay, yeah. So, and how long does usually this take? Pushing new changes.
This, like specifically for the API and specifically the first time, it takes a bit more, like I don't know, 5 minutes maybe.
Okay.
So it's still in progress, I see in my case. But like after you do some small changes, like it's a bit faster.
Okay, so
But
you
still
don't
like
need to
two or
like
three. What?
change, because yeah, you don't need to change everything.
Yeah, right now, like if you get into the details of how many services and how many things it initialized just now, like it's crazy, like so
Yeah, I can
many
imagine.
like tables, roles, upsync API rules and so on. Yeah, like I know what's going on behind the scenes, and I can appreciate how easy it is just in a couple of clicks to do everything, because
Yeah,
before that I was doing that manually. Like at Fitinium I was writing these things like manually, all the infrastructure as code, and it's not the most enjoyable process. But now our data model has finished deploying. We see deployed here, and we can go ahead and do amplify pull to get the latest changes in our project. But before that, wait, let's go to the manage and let's go to the content. Now that we have two models in our application, one for restaurants and one for the dishes, we can manage them from the content tab here. Let's open it, fetches the items, and we have a dish table here selected. Let's go to our restaurant table, and we don't see any data because it's a new table. We don't have any data yet. What is cool about Amplify is the auto-generating seed data. This is nice whenever you're getting started and you need like a lot of data in order to test your application, and you don't want to input this data manually. So what we're going to do is just press on this auto generate seed data, and we can specify how many restaurants do we want to generate. I'm going to start with, how many do we have? Like 3 or 4?
4.
4. And we can add constraints on how would we want to generate some of the fields. For example, for the name, I don't want any string. I want, for example, a company. And this will give us a random name, but that looks similar to a company. Let's give for the image here, like I wish there would be like an option here for image URLs, but we don't have, so the image will just be generated randomly and we will have to change it manually. But for the delivery fee, we can say, give me a value from with a range like, I don't know, $0 to $5. For the mean delivery time, let's do a range of 5 to 15, a random value in this range. And for the max delivery time, I'm gonna do 15 to probably, I don't know, 1 hour or even
Yeah.
more,
I think
120.
1 hour makes sense. If it's more than 1 hour, the delivery, I'm not waiting that.
Then the rating. Let's add a range from probably 2 to 5. What else? Address. Here we can have there is a street name, street address, but just address. No, I think it's street address that I'm looking for. And this will generate a random address looking string. For the latitude, I think I wanted to generate them, all of them, like in the same region. So that's why for the latitude, I wanted to generate them in a range of, I don't know, 46 to 47, because by generating them in a very small region, they will we will easier work with the driver side application. And for the longitude, I have 28 to 29.
Can I, let's say, add a simple data for myself that I want? For example, if I want something simple string for all of them, like a type or
No, that's not possible. Like that would be
okay.
nice for the image, and we
Yeah.
could say, or even to have option of giving a list of strings and to randomly choose from them. But it's not possible at the moment. But this seeding is quite a new feature, so I'm pretty sure they will improve it over time. But now that we have added all the constraints, actually rendering only 4 like is too little. Let's render 10 of them. Generate data. And right away we have data in our application. Now what I want to do is, as I said, to get an image URL from our dummy data here and go back and add some images to all of them. For example, here for the image, I'm gonna say restaurant 1. And as you can see, the name of this restaurant is Williamson. Minimum delivery time 10, maximum 46, rating 4.2, perfect. Address, something like this, latitude, longitude, and these fields that I mentioned about, created at and updated at, that are automatically added for us. So let's press save restaurant because we updated the image, and let's do the same for a couple more. And I want to see if I'm gonna be able to give access to you, Lucas, so you can help me with this stuff. But no, actually, it's gonna be easier just to go through them because it's not that
Yeah, I
much.
think it will take around the same amount
Do
of
we
time.
have restaurant 4? Maybe we do. Let's go from restaurant 1 again. But I'm okay like this, only to have a couple of restaurants with images. The others, we will not see the images in the application. But let's go to generate some dishes as well to properly see them in our application. Here, the problem is that we will not be able to auto-generate at the moment, just because we have like a relationship here, so it doesn't support it at this moment. I'm mostly 100% sure that it's going to be available like in a couple of months, because Amplify team is working is moving very fast, and this is quite a basic feature that we would need, and it's not that hard to implement. But for now, what we can do is to create some dishes here. So oh my god, I'm gonna have to get some information, but we can generate a couple of them. Voila. What do we need? Okay. But I think, Lucas, like these things, like if you would be able to help me with, but let's see if, so for the description we have this one, for the price we have 6.9, and for the image, I don't know, I'm gonna provide the same images of a restaurant just to see it there. And we need to link it to an existing restaurant. So let's go ahead and attach it to the first one, to the Florian Forest, the one with this address. And let's save a dish. Let's add one more. Like this. And for the image, I'm going to choose another one and another one. Description.
And Tinda is asking, can we have a placeholder image for restaurant images so it shows that in case no image is downloaded. I think that's what we are gonna do.
That's probably a good thing. So let's save a second dish. And let me see in the user management if I'm gonna be able to invite you, Lucas. But let me see. Can force change? I'm not sure if with this user you're gonna be able to get here. So don't worry, but
What exactly do you want to do? Create
I want to give you
dishes?
access to come here. Let's try. Oh, I'm gonna send you here in the private chat. Can you see if you received an email or if you can access this URL with your email and this password? And yeah, like I generated 2 dishes. That's enough just for us to see that we receive them in our application. Hopefully Lucas will be able to join the project and add more dishes so we will see them in the application. But for now, we can move to next step because we have deployed the changes. We need to pull the backend because we didn't do that yet. We populated the database by seeding. We updated the images for restaurant and also added manually some dishes. So let's go ahead and come here, and we need to pull all the changes from the studio in our application. So let's copy this amplify pull command again. Let's open VS Code here. And yeah, let's open the terminal, and I'm gonna open a new one. Basically this one, the second one. So here in the terminal, let's paste the command, the amplify pull command, to pull the changes from our amplify that we just did. Because at the moment, this is our current local backend that has only authentication. But now we're going to see that we will have 2 of these categories, authentication and API. Perfect. That's it. That's it from this side. And now the next step is quite exciting. The next step is to start fetching restaurant data on the home screen instead of rendering them from the dummy data. So don't look through the code because this is only for you as a note after just to have it to download the presentation. But we're gonna do it like step by step, and you're gonna see how easy it is to query the data using data store. Yes, we're going to use data store to query our data. And data store is a library that serves like 2 purposes. One of the purposes that it offers offline functionality for storing data on the physical device. And also it has the possibility to sync this local data from your from the device storage with the cloud data that you have in the Amplify. So if you use data store with React Native and with Amplify, like it's a great combination of having of fetching, querying the API, and as well of saving everything and being able to have offline support for your application. So how do we work with the with that? Look at did you manage to do it?
No.
No, but
Nope.
what email? This email? The Lucas not just that.
Yeah.
What did it say?
I received an email in the like work mail, but I just can't log into it, it says incorrect password, or
For me, it says that you have to change the password.
yeah, but I can't even access that place to change the password.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, don't worry. We're gonna manage to do it. So, as I said, we are gonna use data store to query our information about the restaurants available in our application. And that's going to happen in our source screens, and we have a home screen index. At the moment, this flat list that you can see on the right, it renders it takes the data from the from the dummy data that we have provided here in the assets. We don't need to take them from the dummy data because we are going to fetch them. We are going to store them inside a state variable for the restaurants and set restaurants. Use state is going to be an empty array at the moment, at the beginning. So now if I save, I should see no restaurants on this page.
Yeah, nothing is working. So yeah.
I don't see my development tools.
So what did I miss? Is your metro running?
Oh, something happened. Oh, and I know what happened. Usually we have this error after. Let's see if we'll have it one more time. But I hope we do because I want to show you how to solve it. Where is this error like this one? Operation not permitted on the. Should be duplicate files or something like this. No, actually it works. But if you have an error with duplicate files and specifying this current, where is it? Cannot find it at the moment. But yeah, like if you have any issues at the moment, let me know down in the comments and I'm gonna send you the solution to that error. But in this case, it didn't appear. I think it mostly appears for React Native CLI projects. But the problem that we have right now is that we didn't import use state from React. So let's import use state from React. And now come on.
Why is it taking so long?
I don't know. It seems that internet, but I don't know. Okay, now restaurants page is displayed, but we don't see any restaurants because by default, now we are taking them from the state, and at the moment, the state defaults it with an empty array. So we need to somehow get the restaurants, fetch them from our backend, and then using the setter of the state, set the restaurants here. So when should this happen? When should we fetch the restaurants? Well, it should happen whenever we open the home screen, whenever the home screen mounts. So in order to execute some logic based on the life cycle of a component, like whenever the component mounts, this is a life cycle of a component, we will use effect hook, and we're going to use it like this. Use effect, it's a hook. It expects two parameters. The first one is a function, which is the effect, like which is the function that is going to execute based on some dependencies. The dependency is the second parameter. And if we don't provide any dependency, this function that we provide here is going to be run on every update. So it's the same as not using a use effect. But if we add an empty array as the dependency of a use effect, this will make sure that the function that we provide is going to be executed only the first time when the component mounts. So, yes, I'm just thinking if to go the first route or to show you the long route and then to show you the easy route. Let's go with a long route. So we will need a function to fetch runs. So this function is going to be an async function, and here we need to do something. We're going to call the function in the use effect that we define here because we want to fetch the reference when the component mounts. And we need a separate function because our logic should be async, but you cannot add directly inside the function of a use effect the await keyword. So that's why we need to separate it into a separate function. So what should happen here? So we need to get some results just by querying data store that we need to import. So let's import data store from AWS Amplify. And also we need to tell data store what model do we want to query. If we go to our source here, Amplify generated for us a folder called models. And here there are, it exports all the models that we have in our application. As you see in the index.js, it exports the dish and the restaurant. Whenever we need to query the restaurant, we need to import that model from there, restaurant, from somewhere here, then models, and that's it, from the models. Now, with this information here, we can say, get me the results by awaiting the response from data store dot query. And what do we want to query? We want to query the restaurant model. And now we can do console log results. And if I open the debug tools, here is what we see. We see a list of restaurants, an array with a list of restaurants with all their data.
Nice. That was easy.
It's as easy as it gets. So what do we have to do is simply call set restaurants with the result that we get, with the results that we get, and we will start seeing restaurants here. So let's do it like this. Come on.
I think these don't have images, don't? Yeah.
Yeah. Most probably they don't have images, but the other ones have images. We're gonna have to work a bit with numbers because they are crazy. But the cool thing is that that's it. Like with one line of code, we have queried our restaurants model that is coming from our database, and we have them displayed in our application. The thing that I wanted to show you, like the long route or the easy route, is some tricks of how we can do this in one single line directly in the use effect. So as you can see, do I want to show you that? Okay, as you can see, we have here const results is equal to await data store dot query. The problem is that we cannot have this code with await. We cannot have it directly in the use effect. So I'm going to remove a function because we will not need it. But as I said, we cannot have a wait here inside the use effect. But if you remember studying like async await, then you know that we got to the await from another way of dealing with asynchronous calls, and that way was with .then. So we could use that approach to simplify this process, and we will do it like this. So data store dot query dot restaurant, which is a promise. We're not going to await for the execution of this promise, but we're going to provide a then operator. And then operator will receive this result. Basically, I'm reconstructing this syntax here. So we're going to receive a result, and this is going to be like the function that is going to be executed. So with these results, we can simply set restaurants results like this. So these two are the same. One is using await, one is using the then. The problem is that await we cannot use here, so I'm going to comment it out, but the then syntax we can use here, so we can write this in one single line. But there is one more improvement that we can do here. Whenever we have this syntax, basically we declare an arrow function that receives a parameter. We take this parameter and we simply send it to another function. That means that the arrow function that we declared here is just a simple middleman that is doing nothing. It takes the parameters from one side and it moves to the other side. So instead of declaring this arrow function here and calling the function, we can simply pass the set restaurants function without calling it. We just pass it, and it's going to be executed with the results that we get from the data store query. So now we are down to one simple line. And hopefully now it makes sense. Like, I didn't want to say like, this is how you do it, and like, why? I took it step by step to explain you. So yeah, now we have our restaurants here with images. It kills me that some of them don't have images.
Just add the default one in the restaurant item.
Okay, I can do some workarounds there because we still need to adjust some of the things in the component that is rendering one restaurant item here. Cancel, what's going on? So let's open the components. And what is this? Is a restaurant item. Let's open the index. And for the image, let's do this logic. Because the image there is not null, it's a string. So I'm going to say if the image starts with HTTP, then render the restaurant image. Otherwise, render the default image. And this default image we can declare here on the top. We need const. And I'm going to provide a default image there from the SS data restaurants. I'm going to provide like one of these images, but like in your application, you can have like a proper image that is saying like no restaurants, or like some like a gray image that displays that there is a missing image, if you get what I mean. But by doing that now, these two that do not have an image, they now display this dummy image, and the other ones that do have an image, they display their own images. Perfect. Now let's fix these numbers because they are going crazy. And they are coming from delivery fee, for example, right?
Yep.
Is one of them. So if you remember from yesterday, in order to cut some of the digits after the dot in a float number, we can use that to fixed, and we can say to fixed 1, like 0.6 or something like that. For the minimum delivery time, we don't need anything, but for the rating, we also need to fixed. And here we need also one digit after the dot. So it's 3.6. We don't care if it's 3.657 or if it's, yeah, that's why we cut the other digits. Okay, now looks good. All the data is coming from the backend. Amazing.
Perfect.
And yeah, like look how easy it is. Like we simply do where, I don't even see where, in the screens, home screen. We simply have data store query restaurant and then set them in the state.
Yeah,
This is
that's
just simply querying, but we can also provide like like we can provide arguments, filters. We can filter them ourselves. So yeah, we're gonna see that in the other use cases where we have for that for today.
that
Sure.
would definitely taken more time doing it like with Node.js or something, setting up everything, and wow, crazy.
You can imagine, right?
Yeah.
So we have fetch restaurant. The next step is going to be to fetch the details of a restaurant. So let's get going. But yeah, before that, let me see if we have any questions related this topic that we are covering right now.
Not really.
Okay. So it seems that the stuff is clear. It's quite simple. Yeah, we can move on.
Yep, yep.
Let's go. So the next step is in our screens. Whenever we press on one restaurant, I want to display the data about that restaurant. So in the restaurant details screen, let's go in the index here. And at the moment, as you can see, the data is coming from state, from dummy data, from assets, data, restaurants. But now we will delete it. We will come on. We will,
Control.
yes, delete it. We will delete this restaurant, and we're gonna save the details about the restaurant in state after fetching them from our API. So let's import the use state and also use effect, because we will need use effect here as well from React. And let's declare the state variable at the top, const restaurant and set restaurant use equal use state. And what should we initialize it with? Well, at the start we don't know the restaurant, so we're going to initialize it with null. Now a lot of things will not work because it's initially null, but we're trying to access, for example, restaurant dot something. So for that reason, like if a restaurant is still null, that means that we are still loading. So I'm gonna say if restaurant is not defined, is null. I'm doing this before returning our actual component. I will return a simple activity indicator imported from React Native. Why? Let's import it from React Native here, activity indicator, which is a simple spinner that shows that the data is loading. So that's what we need. While we're still loading, just display a spinner. So if I open, I don't see it, but it should be somewhere there on the top. Size. What size does it expect? Large. Mm, maybe some style as well, but I don't
Yeah.
care. Like I don't want to spend time on showing this activity indicator. It should be somewhere there, like a very small spinner. I don't know why I don't see it, but
Add
that's
some
fine.
padding,
Yeah,
like for the use. Yeah, for the viewers.
yeah. You could add some padding and align this in the center of the screen to show the loading screen. But now what we want to do is, well, basically we know the ID of a restaurant that we pressed on, and we see it here because we console warn it. So as you can see, like this is the ID. Now what we have to do is, knowing this ID, we need to query the restaurant details that has this specific ID. So when do we want to do it? Well, we want to do it when the component mounts, when we get to this restaurant detail screen. And for this specific scenario, I'm gonna actually have a separate function because we need to do two things there. Or actually, we can
For
do it
activity indicator, you need to add color. I think, yeah, Alatunde is right.
color.
For Android and for iOS, the default is gray, but for Android, you need to specify the color.
Like this? Yes, I see
Yeah.
it now. Okay, thank you very much. So back to our use effect. What are we gonna do here? Well, let's fetch the restaurant with the ID. So data store, yeah, we need to import it. Import data store from AWS Amplify, and also the model that we want to work with. The model is something from models, and then that's it. And the model itself is called restaurant. So let's go ahead and do data store dot query. We remember how to query restaurants by providing restaurant here. But we don't want all of them, we want only one of them. So if you just simply specify the ID as a second parameter, it's gonna query by ID. And we can then set it back in our state, set restaurant. Save. If I click here, I see the name
Voila.
Killing Group. Yes. Turcote.
You need to also change the image because it doesn't have a default image. Yeah.
Yes. But now all the details is fetched from that restaurant and we see them here. Yes, again, we need to fix them when we display in the header. I'm going to fix it in a moment. So in the header where we have the restaurant image here, let's do the same as we did in our components, restaurant item. Let's bring this default image to our, where is the header? Header here. So we need the default image in the header of our detail screen. And when we set it, let's do it this logic of checking if the image starts with an HTTP, that means that it's a URL, then set that URL. Otherwise, just provide the default image. And now even the first ones will work. Yeah, perfect. And the same thing with the details like name, subtitle here, delivery fee dot to fixed one. Mean delivery time is okay. Yes, everything else is okay. So we have queried the data about restaurants, but we still don't. Let's simply, where is it? Restaurant item, I don't need it. In the restaurant detail screen, after we query it, let's go ahead and console log restaurant dot, that's it, just restaurant. So let's see what data do we have there.
Sokosava, no problem.
So the restaurant data is this one. So we have all the information about the restaurant itself. Now, what we have to do, if we look in the presentation, we have to query the dishes that belong to our restaurant. I'm not going to spoil you the code because the fun is in actually implementing it. But we need another state variable for our dishes. So dishes set dishes equal use state. And the dishes is going to be an array. So we can initialize it with an empty array at the moment. Now, after fetching the restaurant, we can also fetch the dishes that belongs to this restaurant. So for that, we need another model to import here called dish. And we can use data store dot query. What do we want to query? We want to query the dishes. So query dish model. And if we, yes, if we provide as a second parameter one function here, this function is going to be applied behind the scenes to filter items. So we need to filter not to get all the dishes, but only the dishes that has the restaurant ID matching this ID that we have on the screen. So for every dish, I want the dish dot the field that we want to query one is restaurant ID. And the way we filter is just by calling this function and providing first the operator. The operator here can be EQ is equal, G greater or equal, GT greater than, LE lower or equal, lower than, not equal, not contains, begins with, contains, and so on. What we want is the restaurant ID of our dish to be equal to the ID that we have in the route, this ID. Lucas, does it make sense?
Yep, perfect sense.
Okay, so after we do the query, we simply say then set dishes. Save. I think we can probably do it like this. Query dish. We'll see if VS Code will allow me to do it. No, it doesn't. Okay, so it's okay like this as well. So yes, let's have a look. If I go to, okay, dishes is not used, the value of our state is not used, because if I scroll down here, for the flat list of our dishes, we are taking them from the restaurant. But now we just simply have to take them from the state variable with the name dishes. So let's go to the first one, killing group, for example. We don't see any menu items. That's okay, because our menu items were attached to one specific this one specific restaurant. So I should
I
have
think it's
this
something
fine.
with M.
Something with I think there we saw simply the address, not the name of restaurant.
Oh
But
yeah,
we're gonna find it. We're gonna find.
it's gonna be the last.
Yes, it's the last one. Williamson. So as you can see now, Williamson has two dishes here that we have added in this admin studio. But the cool thing is that now if let's validate that we're not simply displaying all of them here, but actually the one that belongs to this restaurant. And we're going to do that by going to the Amplify Studio and creating one more dish. Let's do a very dummy one. Dish one, enter image. I'm not going to provide an image. Very good. Very tasty. That's it. And price 10. Link to an
Marketing.
existing restaurant. We were linking it to Florian Forest. I'm going to link it to something else, to this one. Save dish. And now I can refresh my page. The restaurant was Williams. Yeah,
Williams.
Williams. Come on. Let's find the other one.
I think you should start from the bottom.
But they do not.
Yeah,
display in the
they're
same
random
order.
probably order, right?
Yeah,
It's just like
this one.
yeah.
Kauter has one dish one, very good, very tasty. And the Williamson has two dishes and doesn't display the dish that belongs to the other restaurant. Perfect, exactly what we needed. So that's it. Here with this feature, we saw how we can query. Not basically in the previous feature, we saw how to query a list of restaurants. Now we saw how to query specifically one restaurant by providing the ID of a model that you want to query as the second parameter. And also we saw how to query a list of things, but to filter based on some field. And the filters can be equal, not equal, greater than, lower than, if you're comparing numbers. And just with this, like, you can have like very performant filters for your database. Any questions so far?
Nope. So far, everything is clear.
Okay, that means that we should go to the next page. Fetch dish details. Okay, that's quite easy. Right, we will remember how. But this time, Lucas, you're gonna tell me how to do it.
Okay. Let's go to dish detailed page.
Dish details page.
Yep. And here we will need use effect to import from React.
Okay.
Okay, also we'll need to import from AVS data something.
Data store.
Yeah, the store. Now we'll need to import the model from the models.
Mm-hmm.
And
What
I
model?
don't know the name of the model, but probably dish. Just
Mm-hmm.
now we'll need to create a use effect with an empty array as dependencies. And in here, we'll need to fetch by data store. I think that query, if I'm not mistaken, then passing the dish. And now we'll also need to query it by ID.
Mm-hmm.
So pass the dish ID, like for the restaurant ID.
But we don't have a dish ID
the
here.
dish ID from the route. So also we'll need to pass it from, I'm not sure if we're passing
We
already
are
from.
passing it. Yeah, I think yesterday we were passing it.
Yeah, and now, the same, like do const route, use route. Destructure to take ID from params. Route.params, yeah. And so that now we'll need a state. But now, let's create a state for a dish item. And it will be null for now. Okay, and now in data. What happened? Oh,
my home is breaking.
ghosts.
My home is falling apart. Okay.
Okay, so now let's pass the ID in the query. And with then just simply set this to this dish that it was queried.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now also let's check if we already have the data queried, because now we will get an error.
Mm-hmm. If it's different than dish.
Yeah.
What did we say there? That we want color.
Size and color. And also make size bigger, because it's the small one is very small.
Large, or how is it?
Yeah, large. Okay, let's see what's happening. Oh, we also import.
And also we don't need already this import, the restaurants. Okay, so let's press on this cheese tequeños. And the other one is hamburger, la super cabo.
Voila.
That's it. From the first time, Lucas. Lucas is first time sees Amplify, and like just from memory without even coding it, like he managed to remember like this simple syntax of data store.query by ID and then setting it to the state. Yeah. Another thing that I think is that we can do here is to query this not when the component mounts, but when the ID changes. Because if I send a different ID to this page, but the page already is mounted. I want to refetch with the new ID to have a new data.
Mhm.
And we can also add a check, like if ID is defined, only then query. Otherwise, like if ID is not defined, like you don't have to query it because it's null or it wasn't there. So for the ID, I can add here a question mark.
Mhm.
In some
Yeah.
cases, it might be null. And yeah, this is a simple if that can prevent some problems. And the same I'm gonna do on the restaurant details page in the index. As you can see, we depend here on the ID. So let's add it to the dependency. And let's check at the beginning if ID is undefined. I'm gonna do it otherwise. If ID is undefined, I'm gonna stop the execution of this function and stop it here. Yes, that's it. Like the restaurant details. This is it. Good job, Lucas. Okay, let's see. Do we have any questions so far? Let me fix
Nope.
my studio. Hello.
Hello, hello.
All right. So we are 2 hours in, but we still have a lot of things to do because so far we have learned the fundamentals of Amplify with authentication and with data, with our API and also querying using data store. We saw how to query it, and in the next steps is going to be more intense of where is it? Take not here taking all the data that we will possibly need in this application for our users, for our basket, for the orders that the user will place, and also implement them in the application to properly manage, track the orders, track the basket, track the information about the user, and so on. So it's quite intense. And it's going to be interesting and a lot of fun to implement all of these tables with their fetching. But before we jump into that, I want yesterday after announcing the launching of a course next week, I've got a lot of questions related to the content of a course, like what's going to be there inside, and also about the how is it different from the YouTube videos and all the YouTube content that we are putting here for free? So today I want to discuss these questions a bit before moving on to our challenge in order to give you more information about that. So starting with the course content, like here is where everything is different than like on YouTube. Basically, the structure, the way we are learning is the same. We are using the same project-based methodology, and we are working a lot, like hands-on building applications. And by the end of it, you're going to build 2 real-world projects. One is going to be Duolingo clone, and the other one is going to be a full-stack, like in-depth Instagram clone with a lot of features and production-ready features. We already have in the course more than 105 video lessons, that's around more than 30 hours of videos. And yeah, as you can see, a lot of code we're gonna write. But now let's cover a bit more details about specifically the modules that we're gonna cover in the course and how they can help you. Like you can find these details at academy.notjust.dev and read them thoroughly. At the moment, I'm just gonna go through them, explain in a couple of words what we are covering there. So for the Instagram clone here, we start by setting up the project with React Native CLI. And then in the third module, we implement the whole Instagram UI. I mean, not the whole, but the main parts that we are covering there. We are covering there a lot of React Native fundamentals, like state, props, managing components, having scalable structure of your project, and a lot of things that I just simply do not have time to implement them in this live stream. And I sometimes don't follow all the best practices on the YouTube live streams, just because They take a bit of time, but they are good to learn and to get used to them if you want to continue working as a full stack developer. After that, we cover the navigation, and in comparison with the navigation that we have implemented here, like in the course, we go way deeper there, and we cover a lot of other types of navigators, like stack navigator, bottom tab navigator, top tab navigator, how's it called? Drawer
Yeah, drawer.
navigator. Yes, we also cover deep linking of your application to be able to send a link that when opened, will automatically open your application to a specific page, and a lot more. Then we are getting into the backend, and we are covering the fundamentals of AWS Amplify. And here we cover, first of all, from the theory side, like how everything works, and then like practice to implement these features. The things that we focus in the course is on like security, like how to secure your AWS account in order not to have, like, I don't know, unexpected bills, or to have open some vulnerabilities to be able to easily get your account hacked or something like that. So we cover these steps here in very detail. After that, we have authentication, and the authentication, in comparison with the 2 lines of code that we saw here today in the course, like this chapter has like probably 10 videos, and it's like 4 or 5 hours long at least. And there we go very in depth into customizing your authentication flows. We showcase how to properly set the theming of your navigation, and also we get into more details with very custom screens how to do that. As well, we cover their sign in with Facebook and Google. That is quite important for a lot of application, and a lot more. Like I could list so many things that we are covering there that we never covered on YouTube, like Lambda triggers, how to automatically sync users in the authentication with the users in the database. And yeah, that's exciting. Like, Lucas, if I go too long, stop me.
No, I
Then the
think.
last module, not the last module, the next module is the API. And here we start by designing and going step by step, like what data do we need, like how to design the relationships. And I take an approach of showing you the thought process in order for you to be able to apply the same principle that you learn here, to apply them in other projects that you are building. So it's not just teaching you how to build this Instagram clone. It's teaching you how to build full stack mobile applications based on, yeah, like we are just using Instagram clone as a way to teach that. What's different in the API module? Like this is one of the biggest modules. Like it has more than 10 hours, if I'm not mistaken. The amount of things that we cover there. One thing is that we are not using data store there, just because data store has some limitations, and I discussed the limitations of data store in the course. For the querying library on the user side, on the client side, we are using Apollo client, which is a very performant GraphQL client that helps us, one, query our GraphQL API, and two, manage and cache everything on the device. And Apollo client is used a lot in a lot of companies, and I decided to spend this time to teach you one more library that is going to be crucial for your career later on. Like we also cover a lot of more advanced topics like pagination, sorting, real-time data, security, things that are, you don't see them right away, and that's why we don't cover all of these things on YouTube, because we don't have this time. But in order to have production ready application, you should have at least like pagination to be able to load more data, or sorting to properly display in the order that you want, or real-time data. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide. It takes me too much. The module 8 is about storage, and here we implement the storage for our images, videos, and a lot more. Then in the module 9, we learn how to prepare our application to production. And here we cover both like how to prepare it from the marketing side, like what assets do you need to successfully upload them to the markets, and also from the technical side on how to set up the how to build your application, how to manage your builds, and also how to distribute that to the Apple Store and Play Store. At the end of this module, we take this step and these processes and automate it in a CI/CD pipeline so that every time you push some code, it automatically gets built and sent to the user, which is really exciting. The next module that I'm working on right now are, first of all, the following system that will allow you to follow people, see a feed only from the posts from your followers, also like the following counters and so on. After that, the notification system, a very important part of mobile development, are notifications. And here we're talking both about in-app notifications that you can see inside the application, and also about push notifications that you send even when the user receives them, even when the application is turned off. And the last one is testing. And here we will implement proper testing mechanisms for our React Native application and for some of them AWS Amplify services. So this is just one course that you're going to get by joining the full stack mobile development course, because we have one more specifically tailored to beginners, and that is going to be the Duolingo clone. And there we cover very, very in-depth and very easy the fundamentals of React Native. So if you even don't have any experience with React Native, you're going to be fine, because you're going to start with a Duolingo clone, get improve your fundamentals of React Native, and then move to this more advanced like Instagram clone that covers a lot of advanced stuff. So yes, of course, we've been testing all of these modules with everyone who has joined during the pre-launch campaign back in August 2021. And thank you very much, everyone who is part of the batch 0 and who has given me valuable feedback and suggestion on what they exactly they want to learn, and if something doesn't make sense, like to probably do it in a better way. So thank you very much. Yes, the course is launching next Monday, 25th of April. Here you can see the time zone time in different time zones. And yeah, if you are interested, join the wait list, because the launching period is only 7 days. And after 7 days, like, we're gonna close the the doors to the course and start actually working with the batch of students that will join to work close to them in order to help them get to the next level as a full stack mobile developer. So academy.notjust.dev, check out, join the wait list, and I'm gonna come with more details during this week. Yeah, I'm super excited about that. We've been working for the last 8 months like crazy for it. The whole team, it's not just me, it's me, Lucas, our Catalina, our video editor, and other team members that are helping me bring this to life. So thank you everyone who is involved, and super excited for that. Now back to our projects here.
Yeah, just a quick note, like, I don't have to be biased or anything. Like, I could say like the truth, and I had a little sneak peek. Not a lot of content I saw from the tutorial, the whole series, but I had a little sneak peek. So it's crazy how in depth like one thing is explained with charts and also like with diagrams. For example, I saw the sneak peek about the when you were doing it with AVS. So I think there's like a lot of value for beginners as well as very experienced developers.
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to introduce like more ways of explaining the same thing. For example, right now for the data model, the best way for me to explain you like the whole data modeling process is like with a pen and a paper to draw like these tables and relationships. But in like on YouTube, like I don't have this time to do that. But like for the course, I'm doing that because we can edit out and we can make it look perfect. So yeah, like I include there like different types of content. It's not just building. One video is like theory about what's behind AWS Amplify authentication. Because if you just learn Amplify without knowing the behind the scenes what's going on there, like you sooner or later you're gonna get into troubles of why is that not working, like why how to adjust that. And in that case, like you need to have an understanding like what's behind Amplify, because there are a lot of stuff behind Amplify, and I explain very in depth like everything that is behind, how to adjust them if needed, how to improve them, and so on.
Yep.
Other videos are just explaining on the iPad like how to data model your database. But most of the things are hands-on experience, building a very end-to-end application with a lot of features.
Yeah. True.
All right. So people are excited. Let's go. Come on. Thank you, Coffee. Yemi saying, I want to thank you for giving me the confidence that I need to start coding and building these amazing applications. It means so much to me, like these words, like that's what we're trying to do here on the channel, like to encourage you and to give you the confidence that you need, that it is possible to build these applications. And yeah, like if you know the tools and the things that are important, like it's quite easy, I would say. Okay, I wouldn't say quite easy because I might give a wrong impression that this is easy. This is not easy. This is possible, and once you get there, like it's very worth it. Like
Yep.
That's what I can say.
Totally agree.
All right. So let's continue with our project here. And we need to do the data modeling for the rest of the things that we have in the application. Oh, I just read
That's
this
sweet.
comment.
Yeah, same.
Will be the main reason I will be successful. We are rooting for you. Like,
yeah. For all of you guys. Yeah.
All right, so we need to create the data model for the rest of our models that we need in our application. We are done with restaurant and dish, but when we get into the next features, like let's say a user, hey Priyank, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate
He donated yesterday as well.
Priyank is here from probably when we didn't have even 1,000 subscribers.
Wow.
And he was donating like always. So thank you. I remember it. As I said, when we get into the next features of a user placing an order or a user adding something to the basket, that means that we need to have a model about the user that we're going to have it in the database. That's why the next one is the user. So let's go ahead and see what information do we need about the user, and we will take it step by step. So let's go in Amplify Studio in the data, and we're going to add one more model called user. What information do we need about the user? Give me 1 second, and I'm going to... Where is it? Okay. For the user, we need, first of all, the name of a user, which is required. We need the address. We're going to have minimal information about the user, just the ones that we need for the placing an order and receiving an order. And that's the address. And this is required as well. And the same way as we did for the restaurant, like latitude and longitude. Did we name it long
No, you
or
said
LNG?
LNG.
Yeah, LNG. And they should also be float numbers, and they should also be required. Again, at this moment, we are simply gonna ask this latitude and longitude from the user as input. This is not very user friendly, and you could use like some libraries. And maybe by the end of this project, we're gonna implement the Google autocomplete feature that we can get his address just by searching, similar way as you do in all other applications. But for now, we are good with these four
Field.
fields. Okay, back here. So now we are starting to get into the basket functionality. For the basket, how we're gonna do it? The way that Uber Eats work is you don't have one common basket in your account that you can add things. Um, the common basket methodology, like let's say, is the Amazon. Like you have one common basket, you go to the search, you add a lot of things to the basket, and then you check out. The way that Uber Eats work is they have one basket per restaurant. So if you want to order some food from, I don't know, some restaurant, then the basket is going to be just for that restaurant, because that makes sense, like on how they work. They cannot, like, you cannot order like a burger from McDonald's and a Coca-Cola from someone else and expect it to be delivered the same way. So for that reason, we will need one model that will represent the basket. The basket, right? This model, let's do it. Let's do it here. Add model. It's a basket. What do we need to know about the basket? Well, what restaurant is this basket for, and what user did create this basket? So basically, it's a relationship between two models, user and restaurant. For that reason, I will not add any fields. We're going to add relationships later. But now, what do we add in the basket? Well, in the basket, we add dishes, right? So you might think that, okay, in the basket, we're going to create a relationship to the dish, one basket to many dishes, because you can put many dishes in one basket, save, and that's it. Well, that might work. That would work unless we have this quantity field. Because at the moment, with designing it like this, we would not be able to save the quantity of a dish that we added to the basket. So for that reason, this type of relationship will not work, because we need one more extra field for the dish that we added to the basket. So for that reason, we're going to add one more table called basket dish, right? How did I?
You had basket item, I think. Named
I will keep it basket dish, because this is a dish, or we can work with basket item, to be honest.
Let's check it out real quick.
Let's do basket
Oh no,
dish.
actually you did basket dish. Yeah, you're right.
Basket dish. So this basket dish will contain a property called quantity, because we need to know how many dishes did you add of this type did you add to the basket. So it's going to be int and is required. We don't need any more information here. We're going to work with relationships. Or maybe we should add a relationship now. Well, let's add the relationship now. Why not? So let's add a relationship. So one basket dish will reference the dish, because we need to know what dish did the user add to the basket. So one basket dish will refer one single dish. That's it. Save. That's good. And another relationship of a basket dish is in which basket does it belong. So for that, I will go to the basket and in the relationship say that the basket has a lot of basket dishes, has a lot of basically dishes. So let's save this. And by doing this, we have here the property basket ID that we can set here. Okay. For the basket dish, I think we are done. We have relationship to the dish and we know what basket and what quantity. This is important stuff. Like, what did you order? That's the dish here. How many things did you order? That's the quantity here. And to which, in which basket did you put it? Basically, from which restaurant did you take it? We have everything there, but for the basket, we still have to add a couple of relationships. For example, for a basket, we need, as I said, to know who is the user that created this basket. So I will add this relationship to the user. So one basket belongs to one user. Save. And then one basket belongs to one restaurant. Because this is who created the basket. This is the restaurant that will fulfill the order with that basket. And these are all the dishes inside the basket. So I think that with relationships here, we are done as well. Okay, now we move to the next part. It's about the orders. And we need, it's basically the same as a basket and a dish, but now it's not just something that you want, but it's something that you actually place, like the order. In terms of structure, like it's mostly the same. So let's go ahead and add an order model order here. And what does a order need? We need a relationship to the user because a order needs a user. But instead of doing this, we could do that. But I will reverse this relationship because if we do this, if I add the relationship from a order to a user, let's see, maybe I don't need. Let's see the user. No. Yeah. In that case, it's going to be a bit harder for me to create the query, give me all my orders, because I don't see a field here for the user ID. And if I add it inverse from the user to the orders, basically one user has what happened here? Why I cannot add one to many? One. I think it remembered. Oh my God, don't tell me that you remembered that one and you didn't delete it properly. Let me try to remove this model and add it again. So it's a order and I want to go to the user and add a relationship to the order, one to many. So one user has many orders. And by doing this, in our order field, we have a user ID and we will easily fetch and filter only the orders for this specific user. Then I think for the basket as well, we're going to do that, but we're going to think about it in a moment. What else? The order also should have a relationship to a restaurant. Or maybe it's better to add it, the inverse one as well, from restaurant to the order. But no, let's add it here. Restaurant, one order to one restaurant. Okay. And what else? What else? Well, we need dishes inside this order because right now we just know who made the order and from what restaurant. But we also need dishes. For the same reason as we have created a basket dish because we need more information about it, like quantity. For the same reason, we're gonna do order dish, and the order dish will have quantity, 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 which is gonna be integer required. Do we have the same for the basket dish? Yes. Basket dish, and it as well will map to one dish like this. Order dish quantity. For the order, you know what? I'm thinking about adding one more field. The field for the values like subtotal and total.
Mm-hmm.
Just to calculate them once and put it here. So is required and total out is required.
But what will be the difference between subtotal and total? Subtotal will be.
I don't know. Let's work with only one.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Oh my god.
I mean, we could do subtotal without calculating the delivery price, but does it matter really?
We'll see. Okay, so basically we have everything. Let's just double check from here if we didn't miss anything. Oh, we missed. I already see what we missed. We missed the order status. So the order should have a status, whether it's a new order, if it's in cooking,
Preparation.
yeah, in preparation, or is being delivered, or it's completed. So let's add the status here. And instead of providing a string, which we can also do because these are strings, a better way would be to add a enumeration, and we can press create new here, and that will create an enumeration on top. The enumeration will be order status, and the values will be new. What value did I provide there? New, cooking, ready for pickup, picked up, and completed. So new, what did I say? Cooking?
Cooking, yeah.
Ready for pickup. What else? Picked
up. Yeah.
up. And after that, it is completed because the user received the order. So now this order status, we can go to the order, and the status is this order status that we can make even required. Okay, let's see our things. So we have order status. The next step is here order dish. Order dish. ID quantity integer. Yes, order ID is coming from a relationship source. We don't have order ID here because in a order we didn't make the relationship to the order dishes one to many. So without that, we wouldn't be able to link a order dish to a order. Now we have this order ID that is coming from the relationship source. And let's go back. Oh, did I miss to show it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it again. So what I did is I saw that in the order, we don't have a relationship towards the order dish. And what we need is a one order should have many order dishes. Let's save, and this automatically added for us order ID on the order dish model. Okay, let's move on to check our stuff. For the order dish, we are done. Okay, the next one is order. Where do I have it? It's ID. user ID coming from a relationship source, status, yes, and also we have added the total. Perfect. And for the relationships, we have a one-to-one to a restaurant. Is there one-to-one? Oh, and order dishes, one to many, because one order can have multiple order dishes. Perfect. The next one is the basket dish, the dish that you added to the basket that has a quantity, the basket ID where it belongs to, and also the dish that you selected. Perfect. And lastly, the bucket, the basket. The basket has an ID, and it has also the as I see in the model that I did previously, I had the relationships a bit different. I had them coming the other way for the user and the restaurant. Yeah, because at the moment, as you can see, it's gonna be hard for me to like in previous design, I have relationship not here but on the user table, and that is going to work better because at the moment when I'm going to query the basket, it's going to be harder for me to filter by the user and the restaurant. But this is what we will need in order to know to get the basket that you created for a specific restaurant. You'll have to filter on the user ID and restaurant ID. So for that, I'm gonna remove user from here, this relationship user and restaurant.
From which
And I'm
table?
from the
From bas-
basket table, and I'm gonna add them on the user table. For example, I'm gonna add a relationship to the basket and one user. Again, it doesn't support.
No, don't you say that you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove a basket and add it one more time.
Oh, so that's
It just have like this, yes. So it remembers that I had those relationships, even though I deleted them,
yeah.
and it doesn't allow me to make the relationship on the other model. So I'm gonna remove a basket. I'm gonna have to check the other relationships that.
So I
Go.
think I mean this. There's one question. Hey, is Redux needed in this project? So no, the Redux will not be used here because there a lot of things will be covered and just there will be no time for that.
Yeah. So I added again the basket, and as I remember, we had a relationship to the basket dish where one basket has multiple basket dishes. We also need a relationship from the user back to the basket, as one user can have many baskets because one user can have one basket at McDonald's, another one at uh, give me some restaurant names that
Burger
I
King,
Burger King, yeah.
Wendy's.
Yes, exactly. And it's gonna call baskets. Okay. And the same thing on a restaurant, we're gonna add a relationship to the basket where one restaurant can have many baskets. One restaurant, for example, McDonald's can have a basket that Lucas created and another one that I created. So that's why it's one to many relationship. Okay, save. And these two things added for our basket here, two properties, user ID and restaurant ID. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. And let's check the rest of the things. So for I was at the basket. ID, user ID, okay, basket dishes, perfect. We went through the orders and so on. Basket dish, where is the basket dish? Here, top right. We have ID, quantity integer, and basket ID coming from a relationship source, perfect, and a one-to-one relationship to a dish to know what dish is that. Then we have user. We need one more property for the user, and this property is going to be called sub, a string, and it is required. And this sub is going to be the way we link. Come on, I cannot do it, but it doesn't matter. The way we link the user that is authenticated with a user in the database. Basically, so far we are not saving information about our user in the database, because that's not how it works. The information about the user now is handled by Cognito, but at this moment we need to link a user in the database with a user incognito. So we're going to do that with a sub field that we add here. It would be perfect if we could add this sub inside the ID, and that's how I do it whenever I do not work with data store. But with data store, we cannot provide custom IDs. So that's why we have a separate sub here. But it's okay. So let's see what else we have for the user. Sub, name, address, latitude, longitude, and to relationship to the baskets, and to the orders. And lastly, I have dish, ID, name, image, but we did that already. Description, price, and restaurant ID. Lastly, restaurant, just to make sure, because it takes a lot of time to deploy and I don't want to do it twice. But I think we are good to go. And we can, double check. Like, I can go very slowly through everything that I have here, and you can double check it. So now is just going to be the fields. Have a look at them. Why so silent, Lucas?
Yeah, no, I was also like double checking. But yeah, I think the whole UI of creating all these tables is very nice and like easy to understand and grasp. I think you did as well, but when I like designed this, I like to first of all like have a really good drawing on
1 second, Lucas,
paper.
1 second. So let's press save and deploy, and let's continue
Yeah.
talking, because it's going to take us a lot of time. Deploy.
Yeah.
What
So
were you saying?
when I do like design database, I usually, and I think you did the same when you were like planning this one, like just simply draw everything on a simple paper, maybe like an iPad or something. But I like to use a real pen. Not there are some like tools that help you to build it on the internet, and
But it's easier with a pen
yeah,
and paper.
pen
Yeah.
and paper the best, and like still works. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
like
how I approach.
yeah. You might think that, okay, you throw a lot of data at us, like, well, where is all this relationship coming up from? It's, as Lucas is saying, like drawing this on with pen and paper. First of all, you draw like squares for all the modules that you will need. Basically, all like restaurants, users, orders, dishes, and probably initially that's the 4 things that you came up with. After that, you start thinking about the relationships. Okay, what's the relationship between a restaurant and a dish? Okay, one restaurant can have a lot of dishes, but one dish belongs only to one restaurant. Okay, let me add a restaurant ID on the dish model, and this way I can connect the dish to the restaurant that it belongs to. Or the way that I design it with this, for example, basket table. This is an interesting approach, and actually, in this situation, it makes sense just to call it the basket model. But actually, what we did with this basket model is simply made a many-to-many relationship between users and restaurants, if you think about it. Because one user is allowed to order from many restaurants, and at the same time, one restaurant can serve multiple users. So the relationship between users and restaurant is many to many. And there is no way to design a many to many relationship with one extra table in the middle that will connect on one side one to many with users. This is our basket, by the way. One to many with users and one to many with restaurants. And now we have this many to many between users and restaurants.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe that's a
And
bit
James is
more.
saying that he saw a mistake in the order field, but I'm not
Uh,
sure what mistake.
in the order field. Okay, now I cannot see it because it's deploying. But what mistake? Tell us, please.
Hopefully, yeah, it's nothing major. But yeah, I think, and it just makes a lot more sense when you have everything on paper after, like, because maybe if you start, I think, building right away in here in this
You get
dashboard, I
lost.
think you can get lost so fast.
You'll get to but in the end, like, you'll get there, but it's gonna be very
Yeah,
frustrating because you're gonna have to do a lot of changes to the data
yeah.
structure,
And you
and
see as
every
well, like
change like takes time. So
in here, like if you even like delete one only relation, you have to delete the whole like table for some reason. Ah, he was just kidding.
you naughty.
Okay. Okay, I think it's a good time while we're waiting to get a short break, at least for me, because my back is hurting. I need to walk a little bit.
Maybe in
And
2 minutes, or do you need it urgently?
no, I don't need it urgently. I
No, yeah,
can.
yeah. Let's just wait a bit. Don't leave me while I'm waiting.
Oh,
You
okay,
can leave
okay.
me
I
when.
thought you want to leave as well, because I saw you
No,
were
no, no.
drinking your coffee and water very, very much. So maybe you need to refill or something.
Yeah, probably I need to refill, but we can do it a bit
Okay.
in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, nice challenge, bro. Thank you very much, Jamshid.
Yeah, it's actually so, but there's, I think today the stream might be even longer. I mean, there's still quite a bit to do.
I hope. Like, my thought was like, okay, we don't have a lot of things to do more, but yeah, like, yeah. Oh my god, I just thought about it.
Just
Yeah,
like connect, but yeah, maybe it won't take that much. It's everything like just connecting and making sure it works.
yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
The challenging part is gonna be the basket system. The orders. No, the orders is quite easy.
Yeah.
But
We
just, yeah,
can
like,
make a bet.
what?
We can make a bet whether it will last longer or not than yesterday, and whoever wins, the loser will have to, like when we meet, buy a dinner or something.
A bet between us,
Yeah, I would say it will take longer than yesterday.
longer than yesterday.
Yeah.
I say that it's not gonna take longer than yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday was 5 hours, yeah?
5:17, 5:12, something like that.
It's not gonna take. But that's a good way to motivate me to do it faster.
But
So
no,
that means,
you, you have to make it as well clear to us.
yes, of course. So that means that I see the deployment is successful and we can pull the changes in our application and start working with our newly updated database. Now, if we're going to go to the content, we're going to see all the new tables that we have here, and we can manage them as well. Come on. Let's
Hi,
let's not
Saeed.
let's not waste time. But what was the bet, Lucas? Let me think about it. So
Okay.
let's do the pull command first.
Okay, Saeed
And
still came here even though he's sick to watch the stream. Wow. That's very, very nice. Learning
hey,
even when being sick.
hello.
Crazy.
Yeah. So as you can see here in the content, we have now all the models that we need for our basket, dish, order, and so on. But based on our thing here, what is our next steps? Our next step is the user CRUD, the create, read, update, delete operations. For the user CRUD, we are gonna do it in the following way. First of all, we will, at this moment, we don't have the user saved in the database. If I look at the user, in our database, we don't have it. But the user is still there because the user is managed by the Cognito service for the authentication. What we have to do is we will check if a user that is signed up, that is signed in, is available in our database Then we will show him like the restaurants, and he's going to be able to see the menu, create baskets, order, and so on. If the user is not yet in the database, let's simply display this profile screen. And whenever the user presses save, then is the time to save the information about him in the database. Is it clear?
Yep, and Anmoon, thank you very much for the donation.
Thank you. That's amazing. So let's do that. For managing the data about whether the user is signed in or not, we will create a context because we need this data to be shared across multiple components in our application. And in order not to copy paste code, it's better to save this information in a context and then use it whenever we need it. So for that, in the source, let's create a new folder where we will keep our contexts like this. And let's create the first context called auth context.js. The auth context is going to be responsible for the authentication. So what do we need there? We need to import the create context from React context from React. And let's start creating the context. So authentication context is equal to create context, and initially it's going to be like an empty object. Now let's define the function that will store the data about the authenticated user, the database user, and so on. So this function, I call it auth context provider, and it's going to be a simple React functional component that will return. What will it return? Well, it will return the auth context.provider because in order to consume this context, the place where we are consuming it should be inside the auth context.provider. So I'm gonna wrap something in this provider, but what I'm gonna wrap the children, basically all the components that I receive as children through props. Hopefully that makes sense, but now let's export it and show you how we use it. Export default of context provider, and we're gonna import it inside our app.js. Let's import the auth context provider from from source context and auth context. Now we're gonna wrap our root navigator inside this auth context provider, and we put the root navigator here. By putting the root navigator inside the auth context provider, the root navigator is sent to the auth context provider as children. So any navigator screen that is rendered here is going to be by default inside this auth context provider. And that means that from any screen in our application, we can easily access this context that we need here. We're going to see in a moment how we're going to access this context. But what we need right now is two basically variables. One of them is going to hold the authentication, the user that is coming from the authentication module. So auth user and set auth user, use state. Initially, it's going to be null. And another one, a user that is coming from the database. At the moment, we don't have any user in the database, but later we will have. And we will expose it through this context to be able to be used by other components. Basically, we're simplifying our work in the next steps. So set db user, use state, null. Okay. For the authenticate the Auth user. Oh, now we are going to send this Auth user and database user to our provider as the value. So Auth user is here and database user is here. By sending them as value to the Auth provider, that's how we expose the data to the other components that will need it. So whenever we will do use context of context, then we're going to have access to Auth user and database user. For database user, it's quite simple what we have to do. We have to, in a use effect, because it will happen when this component mounts, we are going to get the authenticated user using the Auth module from AWS Amplify. So let's do that right now. In a use effect that is called here, let's do auth.current authenticated user. This function will return us the, basically the user that is currently authenticated. And we can say here bypass cache in order to make this request to the server, not to take it from the cache. This is a bit more secure and like it's gonna actually do a request to the server to check if the user is authenticated or not. Bypass cache true, and then let's set auth user. Let's go ahead and console log auth user just to see if it works. So we need this one here. It's not here. Why it's not here? Did I make a mistake and my...
I think after pulling changes, it happens.
Maybe. Might be. So Lucas, think about the what are we betting on?
Okay. I think it depends where we meet.
It doesn't mean that we have to meet. It might mean something to the community, that the community is going to be involved.
Oh, like that. Okay. I was thinking, okay, then I don't have any ideas because I was thinking just like a simple
beer.
Common
No,
I have no clue. I think if you offered something like that, you have something in mind.
No, I don't. Like, I just think that it's a great idea.
I might have.
Guys, help us in the live chat.
I might have gotten myself into a big problem.
What?
I might have gotten myself into a big problem here.
So who can think of an interesting idea? Minified React. What's going on there? Full message. I probably did something that you're not supposed to do. And perform React state update on an amount. This is an op indicates a memory. Minified React error. Very easy and created by Auth context provider.
Do you import it?
The error is located in the Auth context provider. Minified React error.
That's very...
Let me see the code. Maybe I will spot the bug right away. So we don't have a use state. It was imported from React production. Use state. Now?
Yep.
Bro, I think we...
No, I think this is... I don't have... First of all, I don't know. First of all, I don't know how to make cloud makeup.
I am pretty sure Gabia knows.
It doesn't know. I don't have Instagram as well.
You can send it to me. I know what to do with it.
I'll think of I'll think of more.
Give the people what they want.
I think they will want you to see. But yeah.
So here is all the information about the user. Cognito user, it has a lot of things that we might not be interested in, but what we are interested in is this sub ID that represents the ID of a user that you can find inside the attributes. Uh, as well, this sub ID, if you go to the user management, and if you press on one of these users, this is the sub ID that I'm talking about. So if I copy paste it here, like you will see right away my sub. Okay, so that means that, yeah, like we successfully get access to the authenticated user. So we can go ahead and do what? Let's also get that sub thing out of the authenticated user, because we might need it in some queries. So const sub is equal to auth user, safely accessing the attributes, and then sub, and we can send it to expose it in our context. Sub. This sub is the ID of a user. So when we will need to fetch only the orders of this user, it's going to be easy to take the sub from this context without having to get first the current authenticated user and then attributes.sub. Like that's, we can do it once and forget about it. Now, regarding the database user. Well, the database user, as I said, is going to be no, you know what? Let's first, instead of first querying the database user that is not there, let's first save a database user. But better, let's first display conditionally the profile screen if the database user is null. That means that if the user is just signing up, he's not yet in the database, then display the profile page. He's going to put all his data, he's going to save. And after that, we are going to be able to display the restaurants for him. It's just an extra like registration step. So for that, where do we control what screen do we show in our application? We do that in the navigation index here. So in the navigation index, you know what I'm gonna do? In the root navigator, I'm gonna add one more stack screen here, stack screen with a name profile, and the component is gonna be profile screen. Now I want to either render the home tabs or the profile depending on the database user. So for that we need to access to the context, access to our context here of context. To have access to the context, I'm going to export from this file. I'm going to export a use of context hook. That is a custom hook that will simply return use context of context. Basically, I simplify the way we are accessing this authentication context in order not to have to import use context and this authentication context every time. We can simply import this hook. So we can import. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, it was too silent. From contexts, and here of context. Now with this use of context, we can call like this, equal use of context. And here we have access to all the variables that we are putting in the provider. So what I'm interested in is in this database user. So let's destructure the database user from the of context. And depending on if it's null or not, we are gonna render these screens. So let's add this conditional. If database user is defined, then I want to render the home tabs because the user is already properly signed up. Otherwise, we're going to display the profile screen. Save. Now, after it loads, again, use state was imported from somewhere. Where did it happen?
Try to maybe search in code where you imported it, but where code did you?
Oh, chill. What am I doing? Hello from the other side.
In root navigator?
Authenticator failed to verify contact. In root navigator, auth context provider. It's still coming from the auth context provider. So, use context. I don't have it imported. It was imported again from here. What's going on? I don't have this on MacBook, but here, like the auto import, probably they didn't set properly VS Code. But what do we see here now is automatically when we refresh the application, and after we are properly logged in with our account, let's go. We see our profile screen. So let's go in our profile screen. And whenever we press save to actually save a new user in AWS, with AWS Amplify with data store. So in our screens, profile screen index, we have here this button save, not this one, this button that has on save. And here we need to save in data store. To save in data store is the same, is as easy as it is to fetch it. So we need to import first data store from AWS Amplify, and we need to import the model that we are working with. And that model is going to be a user from models. That's it, from just models. And now let's do it like this. Data store dot save a new user with these properties. The name that we need to set is this one. Then what property? The address, the latitude, the longitude, and also we need to provide the sub, because if you remember, this is our, I can look at the create name, address, latitude, longitude, and also this sub. So for the sub, as I told before, we can import it from here easily because we are sending it with a context provider. So let's get it first from const equal use of context, and we're gonna get the sub use of context imported from here, and let's send it there as well. Save, And I think that's it. If I go here and say Vadim, address 123 26 and I don't know 26, and if I press save, failed Latin should be of type number string received. Yes, because these values in the text input there are actually strings, but we need to parse it, right?
Mm-hmm. While you do that, I'm gonna
Yes.
come back quick.
So it's float parse, or how is it? Let me remember. So JavaScript string to float. That's a question with parse float. Okay. So for the latitude, I'm going to provide the parse float latitude, and for the longitude as well, parse float longitude, LNG. So let's save this file. And you saw that it threw an actual error. For example, if I comment this out and I simply provide the LNG, and if I'm going to try to save, it actually throws an error. That's not good. So for that reason, it's better to put these network calls inside the try catch block. Catch. We're going to catch the error, and we're going to simply use the alert.alert error and then error.message. This alert error. I forgot how to write error. Error. I don't know. I don't care. Like this. Error with double R with only one. Okay, finally. So the alert imported from not React Native web, but for actually React Native. So let's import it from here. Alert. And now by doing that, we have some um, error managing errors, and it says like field should be of type number string received. Okay, so let's do the number that we were supposed to do, and now let's press save. We don't see any errors. Our application doesn't do anything, and I'm going to explain you in a moment why. But if we go to the content, I see this Vadim user that we just created here with the data from there. Perfect. What I will do now is I'm gonna delete it at this moment. So delete one item because I'm gonna want to show you once again this flow. But I want to fix the thing that at the moment we are not redirected anywhere. So in order to be redirected, we need to set this database user here, but we are not setting it. So let's go ahead and um, export the set database user function. And in the index here, we're going to do a const user equal await data store save. This will give us the user, and we can set it in our auth context by getting that set, what's it called, set database user, and we can call set database user with a user that was received from the data source save. Let me also console log user just to make sure that it's the one that I expect. So if I go here, come on, user await. Yeah, because I have to make the function async.
How's it going?
Good. You are almost losing. So yeah, let's try again. So Vadim, 1, 2, 3. 0, 0 is going to be fine. Let's press save, and we are redirected to the restaurant page because we have set this user, the database user, in the authentication context by calling set database user here. And this have set it in our state in the authentication context. And because we have that check in the navigation index, the check of the database user, this component updated with a new database user that we have set in the state, and now it's defined and it renders the home tabs. And if I'm going to refresh, I'm going to be redirected actually to the login screen, to the profile screen. But that's good because we can fix it. Come on. Yes, we are here again. And why is this happening? Well, because when this component mounts, we are never setting the database user. We set the database user only when pressing on this save. What we have to do is after we get the current authenticated user, that means that in a use effect, we need to query the database user using that database. So the use effect here will depend on the auth user, or actually on the sub, because we need only the sub. So I can put the sub here. So whenever the sub changes, that means the user ID changes, and we need to query. We need to query it again. So we can say that, we need the data store to query the database, and we need to import the user from models. That's it. So we need to query. Well, let's do that. Data store dot query. We're going to query the user table, but we need to provide. We don't know the ID of a user. This is what I really can't wait Amplify to fix, because we are not getting the user by its ID, but by a field called sub. And this is because we cannot set a custom ID. So we are going to say, let's say user dot sub should be equal to a sub that we know, that we took from the authentication user. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's like a...
Yeah, we just filter all the users in our database, and we want only the users that have the sub matching the sub
that you got,
authenticated user. And after we receive that, we could say set database user here, but that will set an array of users, because this query will return us an array of users. So for that reason, in the then, I'm going to say users, and we're going to set database user with user at position 0.
Users.
Even if it didn't find like the user at not user, but users. Even if it didn't find, the users at position 0 will be undefined, and that means that there is no database user. And as you saw, it right away redirected us there, because it queried the database user when we mounted. Come on. And we are here right away. To show you this process again, we can go here and delete this item. Now, if I'm going to refresh in the database, it will not find any users, and we're going to be required to fill our form here with our address, with this and this, and then press save. And then we are redirected here automatically. And we have the information about the user here in the
Database.
table. Yeah, in the database. Okay, we have covered creating and fetching the user. Now let's cover updating the user. So there are a couple of more steps to do to implement the update the user. And one of them, and yeah, basically, let's open our screen's profile screen, because this page is used both in this menu and in the previous menu where we actually created the user. We are going to have two logic here when we press save. One logic is going to be if like, I don't know, user exists, then update user. But if it doesn't exist, then create user. And doing this, we will use the same screen for both creating the user and updating it. And this logic is about creating a user. So I'm going to take it out in another function called create user, which is going to be a sync. And this is logic about creating a user. We can also do here wait and wait. And we will have to define a function for update user in a moment. But before updating user, let's see this if statement user exists. Let's check if the user exists, right? How do we do that? Well, we already did that, if you remember. We did that in our authentication context with that database user. So the only thing that we have to do is we don't have to query it one more time. We can simply take the database user from the auth context, and by doing that, we will know if a user exists or not. Where? Here. So let's go ahead and do, let's get the database user from, not from, but equal use of context. And it was imported automatically from the context of context. Okay, so with the database user, we can put this database user here. So if database user is defined, then we need to update the user. Otherwise, we need to create the user. But before implementing the update user, I also want to pre-populate the fields with the information that we know about the user here. So we already know his name is Vadim. So instead of having to write it one more time, usually we have these values filled for us and we can just change them. So for that reason, let's do it like this. Like how? Let's get the database user here. And let's initialize the default value of a name as database user question mark name, or if that's undefined, then empty string. And let's do the same for the other fields. I already see Vadim, that means it's working. This is address. This is database lot. And I need to make it a string, right?
Yep.
So I can do LNG. So I can do, in order to transform it to a string, if I'm not mistaken, I can just simply add it to a string. I might be wrong because JavaScript is perfect for these scenarios. Like you never know what's going to happen. But we are good to go here. I don't know why the address. Oh, because I got the set address. So database user address, and it's already here. I hope that it works for the other use case as well, but we could check it afterwards. Now after I modify something here, when I press on save, we're going to call this update user. So let's implement the update user function, which is an async function. And what we're going to do, well, we are going to as well const get the user using a wait data store dot not save, but not actually save, because the save method is used both for creating models and for updating models. If you pass a new object like this, it's gonna create a new one. But if you provide the user.copy of, we need to create a separate copy using this syntax, user copy of, and here is a function of where we will modify the user. And it's done like this because the model, like for example, this user that we get from data store, it's immutable. So we cannot update it, the user itself. We need to create a copy of it. So we create a copy of it by calling the model.copy of. The first argument is the model that we are trying to update, and that's going to be our database user, is what we're trying to update. And the second one is the function that is going to tell how to update it. So for example, updated dot name equal to our name from the state. Then updated dot address is going to be address from the state, and like this for the other fields. So latitude, but as well to parse it, parse float latitude, and here parse float longitude. And what do we have to do after that? Well, let's update it in our authentication context by calling set database user. So any other place where we query this user, we will have the most up-to-date user in the context. So with that being said, I can press save right now. Nothing happens, but if I go here, I hope to see that updated. Yes, I see them. Content, come on. Well, I saw them, and I can refresh the application. Yes, the data is updated. And I can refresh the application, go to the profile, and here I can see the updated fields that I can update again. So Vadim, let me check if this works. 27. Save. And after pressing save, usually what happens in applications is you go back. So for that reason, I'm going to do, I don't have navigation here. No. So let's import use navigation. Const navigation. Use navigation. And after we update it, and also after we create it, basically, we can say navigation.go back. So if I'm coming from here to the profile and say Vadim1, save, I am back to here. And if I go to profile, I see Vadim1. Perfect. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's everything about the user CRUD of managing everything in a separate context, creating users, fetching users, updating users, everything that we need to know about this interacting with data store and with our API. Whew, that's intense. So we are getting close to 4 hours. So I might think that you're right, Lucas, but
I didn't think so. Not a lot is left, actually. Like only some. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's actually it.
Okay, so have a talk with the people. I'm gonna grab some water, and we continue with our basket. But before that, let me just double check if we have everything covered. Everything. So user CRUD for the authentication context, we have created the authentication context. We saved the authentication user and the database user in state there. We exported the provider and a custom use authentication hook. Show the profile form if the database user is null. We have done that, and we saved a new user when we submit the form. After that, for the update user, we first populate fields with DynamoDB user, and then we save the user um, by making a copy of it and updating the fields. Yes, the next step is basket. So we're gonna be back very shortly and continue working.
Yes,
Let me
the
know if
basket.
everything makes sense in the comments.
Yeah, yeah. I think it should make sense, but yeah, let us know. And is the basket actually the last thing that we are left with? I'm wondering, but if it is, then it's definitely going to be shorter one. So hopefully it's not the last thing. Yeah. So how are you guys doing? Are you following the guide, the tutorial, or are you going just watching and just planning to do it later? Are you not tired yet? That's a good question as well. These 5 days will be quite intense. I mean, even especially for those who are like following everything from day one. I know that few people say that they are still like in day one, but yeah. No, I was talking about something very like soft. I don't know how to explain, but not something that major. I even said at first, like, let's then I'm going to buy you dinner, or if it's other way around, then he's going to. That's like what I mean, like a very minor bet, fun one. This one is, you see, for him, it would be fun to see him with the makeup for
What?
sure.
What?
For me,
are you
not
are
that,
you
but
setting the community against me?
no. I was saying like probably we will be under 5 hours, and Olotunda said that that means I will have to wear a clown makeup. But then I said I was talking about like a soft bed, a very like okay. Then even I said like then I'm going to buy you dinner when we meet, and then
Excuses, excuses, excuses.
you see, I think everybody would like to see you with the makeup. Not that much for me.
I don't know. I don't know. That's debatable. We can run a poll. All right. So, moving back to our application, where we have to implement the basket functionalities. So, for the basket, what do we have to do there? Well, we will the similar way as we managed everything about the authentication in a separate context, because we need this data in multiple places of our application and it's easier to centralize it in a single place. We're going to use context as well for the basket. So let's start by defining this context in our application. Uh, and in our context, let's add a new file, basket context.js. So let's import create context, not from where, create context, use state definitely we will need, and probably a use effect as well from React. Then what else we will need? Definitely data store from AWS Amplify, and the basket dish from the models, and something like that. Okay, we'll import the rest of the things later. So let's create the basket context. So basket context equal create context like this. Now let's create the component that will keep the state with a basket and so on. That's going to be our basket context provider that will receive children as a property, and we will return our basket context dot provider, and inside it we will render the children that we receive here. Now we can easily export default the component that we need to use in app.js, and also we need to export a helper hook that will give us access to this basket context. The hook is going to be called use basket context is equal to use context basket context. Let's make sure, yes, it's from there. We need it from here. Okay, so now that we have a boilerplate for our context, let's go ahead in our app.js and import the same way as we import the Auth context provider. We're going to import the basket context provider. So basket context provider. Now we need to put the basket context provider below, basically inside the Auth context provider, but at the same time we need to wrap our root navigator. The root navigator should be inside the basket context provider. So in the basket we will need access to the authentication, and in the root navigator we will need access to both basket and authentication. Okay, so the first step, the first function that we are going to import, the first thing, yeah, of course, that the basket is going to allow us to do is to add dish to basket. This function is going to be called, what's going on with you here? So this function is going to be called, okay, that's fine. When we press on a dish here, and when we press add one to basket. So as you can see, the function needs two parameters: the dish that we want to add and the quantity of those dishes that we want to order. Quantity. We're going to figure out what we have to do here in a moment, but now let's do add dish to basket. We're going to export as a value to our provider, add dish to basket. Okay, where do we need this function? Well, as I said, there where we had that add to basket. And in our application that is inside our screens, dish details screen, this is the details of one dish and index. So here, when we press, what do we have here? Pressable, it navigates automatically to the basket, but we're gonna call a function here instead. We're gonna call the on add to basket. So let's grab this function and define it on the top here. So const on add to basket will do something. What will it do? Well, it will call this add dish to basket that we can take from the basket context. So I'm gonna do it here. So const add dish to basket equal use basket context. Now we can call this function here, and we need to send the dish that we already know, the dish, and the quantity that we have in state. Okay, we can also await here So the function should be async. And only after that we can say navigation dot actually go back, because we want to redirect back to the restaurant page after we add dish to basket. Now let's go in our add dish to basket here, and we want to console log add dish to basket, and here is the dish and here is the quantity. Let's just see if we manage to put everything together and we see this console log. I'm gonna clear everything. I'm gonna go to the last one. Still have a lot of console logs that I need to clear. Cheese tequeños, quantity 5. Add 5 to basket. Add dish to basket. This is the dish that we want to add with the title cheese tequeños, and the quantity is 5. Okay, what do we have to do when we want to add a dish to basket? Well, one thing that we have to do is to create a dish, a basket dish item, and save to data store, right? Because we know the dish, we know the quantity, so that means that we can create this basket dish that we, in the data, we have here basket dish. Where is it? Basket dish. So for the ID, it's auto-generated. Quantity, we have a data. Dish, we have a data. But basket ID, we don't have this data yet. So before adding a dish to the basket, we should know to what basket. So get the existing basket or create a new one, right? If we already added some items to the basket, then it means that we already have a basket with this restaurant. But if we are the first time using the application, that means that there is no basket and we need to create one. So let's do it like this. First of all, we need to see if there is any basket. And for that, we are going to fetch it and save it here to the basket and set basket. Use state null. What do we need to know when we query a basket? We need to know who is the user that wants to receive this basket. And that information we can get like sub from use of context. Let's import this. Use of context from the same actually file of context. Now we have a sub, but to identify one unique basket, we need two pieces of information: the user on one side and the restaurant on the other side. So for that reason, it means that we also need to keep track of a restaurant. Actually, here it shouldn't be. Oh no, it should be like this. Yeah, as I said, we need another piece of information, restaurant, to know on which restaurant page are we at the moment. Set restaurant. Use state. Initially, it's null. But when should we set this restaurant? Well, we should set this restaurant whenever we get on the restaurant detail page. We should mention that, okay, now we are focused on this restaurant and get the basket from clean group. If I go back and open another one, display the basket that I have with this restaurant. So for that reason, I will export this set restaurant, the setter, and I'm going to set the restaurant in this basket context provider when we get to the restaurant detail page. because that's when we will actually activate one restaurant, not activate, focus on one restaurant, let's say. So for the screens, we have restaurant details, screen index. And here we will need to get something from, not from use basket context. And we will need to get the set restaurant. But it's also here, so I'm gonna have to rename it to set restaurant, set basket restaurant. So this function, I'm gonna call it whenever we actually receive the data from the data store query here. So to do that, we can simply add a use effect when we receive the restaurant in the state, which means that we finished fetching it. We want to also update it in our basket restaurant with this restaurant. But I think another way is like when we start fetching, we need to set it to null, set basket restaurant to null, to reset the previous one, just not to have this weird moment in time while we are waiting data store to fetch, a moment when the page will display the basket from the previous restaurant. That's why initially we set it to null. We query. After we query, we set it back in our basket context. Lucas,
A lot of steps.
what
Yeah.
rating do you give on the it makes sense scale?
It's more complex than the previous one, but it does make sense. I mean, like after having everything in place, you can go and say like, okay, step by step.
Yeah, I think like
how
we
it works
are doing it
behind.
in a lot of places, but that's the complexity of this application. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to do it in the easiest way possible, like with this context provider. Even though like the context provider might add a bit of complexity, it makes it easier for us to structure our code and to keep all the logic grouped together here for the basket, for example. So now that we have set the restaurant here, we can query the basket. So let's go ahead and query it, but when should we query it? The basket depends on two fields, the sub and the restaurant. So anytime the sub of a user changes, which shouldn't change, but let's say, or the restaurant changes, then we need to fetch the basket. So let's do data store dot query. We want to query the basket model, and our I'm gonna say B for basket should have restaurant ID. It should equal to the restaurant dot ID, and user ID should equal to sub. No. Sub is not the user ID. So we need the database user to have a user ID. Sub is just a field of a user. So database user, and database user dot ID. And after we do that, we query, we filter, we then get back baskets, and we need to set the basket the first result that we get. In a perfect scenario, it's going to be 0 items or 1 item. So by accessing the first one, basket at position 0, we take the first one if it exists. Otherwise, we set it with null. Okay. So this one, will it? No, it's not gonna allow me. Okay. Now we have fetch the basket, but because at the moment we don't have any baskets, we will need to first create it. So let's do it like this. Here, the comment is when adding a dish to the basket, get the existing basket, which we did here, or create a new one. So if basket is null, then create new basket with this restaurant. So let's implement this function. Let's do it below. Const create new basket. Oh, come on. No. And this function is going to be async. And we should simply say data store dot save a new basket with the fields. What fields does it need? The basket itself has a user ID and a restaurant ID. So this is the two fields that we need to provide. User ID is database user.id, and the restaurant ID is restaurant.id. And then we simply set the basket in our state with this value. So next time when we press on add dish to basket, it's not going to create a new one because we already have it. Let's see, new basket. Create basket. We need to await. That's weird. No, let's not do it this way because I feel okay. Const new basket equal await, and we don't need the then. I feel that it's not gonna await here properly if it's that way. Now we can simply set basket with a new basket. And now, yeah, this thing will await first to create the basket. But also we need it here because when we create a dish basket item, we need the basket. So let's do the basket. Here we need to keep track of the basket because it can be either a new basket or if it already exists, it's gonna be the basket is equal to the one from the state. Because we need it here later on. And this thing can be written very easily with conditional like this. So basket is not is null, then it's gonna be create new basket. Otherwise, it's gonna be simply assigned with this basket. I think it makes sense otherwise. So if basket, actually, we don't even need a tertiary operator. It's basket or await this. It's gonna assign the basket if it's true. If it's a valid value, it's gonna put the basket here. Otherwise, it's gonna, if it's a null, it's gonna go here and create it. Okay, but we also need to make sure that from create new basket, besides setting it there, we also return the new basket here. Okay, to create new basket. Let's see if it was created in the database. I think we have what? Add dish to basket function should be async. And in the content, let's check the basket. No basket yet, but let's go ahead, open this restaurant. We don't see anything. Let's open this one. And as you remember, we create the basket when we add the first item there. So let's try to press add item to basket. And did it create a new basket? What do you think, Lucas?
I think it did. Well, hopefully. Well, I shouldn't root for you, but I do.
It did.
Yay!
It did with a user, like my user and the restaurant, that restaurant. Great. I think that's amazing. But the second time we will add something here, it's not gonna create a new basket because it already exists, right?
Moment of truth.
Yes. Now it is time to add dishes to the basket because we didn't do it so far, but it's quite easy to do that. So we have to do data store save and new basket dish. And now we know everything that the dish needs. It needs quantity. It needs a dish that we received there as dish, and also it needs restaurant ID that we not restaurant ID, but yeah, restaurant ID that we no basket ID. Basket ID, new basket, but new basket dish or dish basket
I think it was basket dish.
basket dish. So it needs quantity, it needs this, and it needs basket ID. And the basket ID will be the basket here, either the new one or the existing one, dot ID. Is this everything that it needs? So let's create a basket dish here, quantity, a dish, and a basket. What's this? Basket dish, dish ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and try it right now. Here.
Your batch 0 student just wrote a comment. Hey, Vadim and Lucas, missing you guys, and I am unable to join this 5-day live challenge because of the exams. After the exams, he will watch this and most probably follow the tutorial. So that's very exciting and nice. And what kind of exam do you have?
Awesome. Hi, Aditya.
Also, yeah. I'm also wondering.
So yes, we are trying to add 4 cheese tequeños. Let's add them to the basket. The basket is already created, but what we expect now is a basket dish to be created. Let's see if it was created. Basket dish.
And
Yes.
yeah, nice.
And we have a quantity, basket ID, and basket dish ID. Perfect. What's next? Now we created the basket. We can add things to the basket. We created it. We fetch the basket when the restaurants or the database user changes. That's fine. Add dish to the basket. Create the basket. Okay. Or we add the dish there. Okay, perfect.
Try to test, like, if, for example, you add for another restaurant.
For another restaurant? Okay.
Yeah, if it will create a new dish and new basket.
And a new basket.
Yep.
Okay, let's do that right now. The other one is Kauter here, and I want his dish one. I want only one because it's dish one. I created it, and let's have a look. I see one basket dish here, And as you can see, it has a different basket ID. That means that it created a new basket for a different restaurant. But now, if I, let me think which one was which. Basket dish 1. Basket dish 1. This is the latest one, yeah?
Yeah, the one that you just created.
Mm, no, don't worry. Don't worry about
What
it.
you were
I
thinking.
wanted to delete something, see you understand, but it's too complicated for my
Okay.
brain right now.
Okay, so he's having his PDE exam because he's planning to study in Australia, and he's from
PDE.
Nepal.
Oh,
Wow,
nice.
it's like YELT, I think.
Yeah,
I think, but I'm not 100% sure. So
that's
yeah, that's
nice.
very
That's
nice.
very ambitious goals.
Yeah, I
Good luck
really want to go
with the
to.
exams.
Yeah, I really want to go to Australia. Like, it's afraid of all. Not a fan of spiders and snakes, but I would love to. And Crazy Wild as well has his exams. I just remembered that right now all the exam like period is coming. So oosh, don't want to remember that.
Okay, so now you know what I want to do is if the user has already a basket with this restaurant, I want to display view basket button here on the bottom. So let's start that in the screens. The screen is this one is the restaurant details screen. In the index, I want here a button that will look very similar to this add one to basket. So I'm gonna just real quick steal it from the dish detail screen index. Here we should have this button. Let's take it to the restaurant details page. And it needs some styles. It needs some styles for button and button text. So I'm gonna take them from here as well, button and button text. And I'm gonna move them to the copy them and to the restaurant details screen styles here as button and button text. And one more thing. I don't need the console log here. Is the add to basket. No, we don't want to add to basket. We simply want to navigate to basket.
That's when you are where? I'm a bit lost. I was reading comment.
That's when you get on the can find variable pressable. So we need to import it from React Native. When you are on the restaurant detail page, if you already have a basket, I want to display a button saying view basket.
Okay,
Can
yes,
find
yes.
text as well here, text.
He is what that Aditya, what university? Because he's saying that he guessed that you and him are from the same university. But I'm not sure. Because we finished the same university.
Yes. Did you study in Netherlands? So I'm gonna clean up a bit this.
But yeah, guys, good luck to in your exams from both of us. Like, best of luck. I hope you'll do good. And Vadim, same.
The open basket should be here on the bottom. That's good. And the last step is to make sure that this open thing. Oh, but it's good. It's right on the bottom.
And you know what? For example, Uber and similar apps do. Like, if it's possible to easily check if you have at least one item already in the basket, then show this button. Otherwise, don't show it.
That's what we're gonna do, Lucas.
Okay, perfect.
So that's that's what we want to do. And in order to display it only if you have a basket, then we're gonna go to the basket context. Let's make sure that we have access to the basket. Basically, we are giving it to the value to the context provider. Let's export the basket. And we can take this basket, and in the index, we can, first of all, use basket context. So let's import basket. And the button is going to be rendered conditionally only if basket is defined. That means only if we already created a basket. And if I go here, I will not see the button. But if I'm going to go to the Williams Fadel here, I see open basket because I already have a basket
dish, yeah, in the basket inside.
a dish in a basket. Yeah.
You could really quick delete if it's easy to delete and show, but probably it will appear, so it doesn't really matter that much after adding. And he's from Leeds University. So yeah, we finished studies in the Netherlands.
Yeah. So we are showing the basket button only if the basket is created. And also we have this fetching all the basket dishes and displaying the length in the button. I will do this because it's not only for this feature, it's for the next feature as well. So I want to display here open basket and the number of items there. For that, let's fetch all the dishes inside the basket, and we're going to do it here in the basket context provider. For that, we need const basket dishes and set basket dishes, use state empty array. And we are going to do that also inside the use effect. So let's do it here. Use effect. And we will fetch the basket dishes every time the basket changes. So if basket is defined, it should be null. Then we want to do data store dot query the basket dish, and I want to filter based on the basket dish only if basket dish dot basket ID is equal to the basket dot ID. And after we query it, we want to set it in state set basket dishes. Now that we have added it, fetched and added it there, we can export basket dishes with our context provider. And back in our restaurant details screen here, where we have this button, for example, this one, we can import, besides the basket from the use basket context, also basket dishes. And inside this button for the text, let's say open basket. Or how is the text there? Do you know, or it doesn't matter? Basket dishes dot length. I'm pretty sure they display it, but I don't remember.
Probably that dot. That dot looks good everywhere. And they use it.
So here, open basket 1, because we have one item there. But if I'm gonna add one more hamburger and I'm gonna put it here, it's still 1, because when we call this dish to basket, after we save everything that we should do with wait, we can again we can easily do set basket dishes with an array with all the basket dishes that there are, plus the newly created dish that we can get here, new dish, without having to refetch it one more time. New dish, like this. So now if I'm going to go Williams, I see 2 of them, but if I'm gonna add 1 more or 4 more of this, I'm gonna see 3 of them, because there are 3 items in the basket. And if I'm gonna press, I'm gonna go to the basket, and here is where we need to render the information about the basket itself, right?
Yeah. Do you need that button code hash, or you leave it like it is?
It's okay. I'm gonna
Okay.
leave it like this. So we fetched all the basket dishes and display the length in the button. Perfect. We're not done yet with. We're not moving to the orders yet, but we need to render the proper information here on the basket list. So for that, let's go ahead in the screens. In the screens, basket screen index. Here is where we will need to get some information from the basket context, right? Use basket context that we have to import from contexts, basket context. So what do we need here? We need the restaurant that is active right now.
Wait. You're coding. What did you do? You were showing the.
Oh, what did I do? I
Yeah,
went
screen.
inside the basket index, and here I imported the use basket context because we need to render the proper information here on this screen on the left. So we import use basket context, and we need to get some information from the use basket context itself. The information that we need is something about the restaurants, like the restaurant name, and here we see it, and it's actually the right one, Williamson.
Yeah.
No, it's not the
Oh
right
no.
one, because it's coming from here most probably.
Mm.
And if I go now to open basket, where is it coming from? Use basket context.
Try to reload, maybe.
Counter. This is basket index, your items. If I do it like this, doesn't change.
Maybe it's not this screen, but it should be that one.
It should be. No. Wait, but no, it should be this one. So here, view order, and define is not an object restaurant dot name. So we can say if, but are we exporting the restaurant from the basket context? Most probably not. We are exporting only the set restaurant. So let's export also the restaurant besides the set restaurant. But we can add here like a check if it's different than restaurant, then I don't know. It's not like this. Probably depends on how you want to show it. Like in my case, like I'm just gonna safely access the name. Now, if I'm gonna go to this one, open basket, now it works properly. And if I'm gonna go to the other one, open basket, it works nice.
Delete one S. Yeah.
Okay, so for the basket dishes that we are gonna do, we're gonna take them from the basket dishes. So we can give the basket dishes here. We see 3 of them. And for the basket dish item, where is this one used? Only here. Basket dish item. Let's see where it is actually used in the basket and order details. Okay, that's perfect. That means that we have basket dish here instead of one. It's gonna be basket dish dot quantity 434. Perfect. It's not basket dish dot name because we can console log to see the structure of a basket dish, but the way it's gonna be, you're gonna see it in a moment. So a basket dish has a dish object, and in that dish object we have a name, because from basket dish we have a relationship with a dish. That's why it's a bit different how we access it. So basket dish dot dish.name, it works. And the same for the price, dish.price, it works. And that's it, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
now
we are.
oh,
So if we go to the other restaurant, for example, this one, open basket, I see only dish one that we added one of them, and I can add more or go to the other restaurants, and the basket will automatically update here.
perfect.
All right. So now we are done with the baskets, and the next step is our
We
orders.
do no, we do need to calculate the price, and for like we don't have the price in the basket.
We don't have a price in the basket.
For like, but it's simple. Just add all the dishes.
Okay. You really want me to go over time?
Bro,
Okay, so you
I want to
um,
learn.
we are gonna calculate the price probably here. Yeah, most probably here. And let's do it like this: total price. I'm gonna save it in a state variable. Set total price. Use, but actually I don't need to do it in a state. I can simply do const total price equal basket dishes dot map, not map, dot reduce, because we want from an array to get to a value. Let me remember the syntax of a reduce. We're gonna get the previous value.
Basically, the all added up value, the sum
Okay,
right now.
the sum of the prices. Then we're gonna get the current value,
Yeah.
the basket dish. And what we have to do, we need to do sum plus basket dish dot quantity multiplied by basket dish dot price. Basically, we multiply the quantity with the price, and we add to everything else that we have in the basket. And after that, we need the initial value, which we
Yeah.
start with 0.
And also, after all of this, add the restaurant delivery fee.
Ooh. Then it's not from 0. We start from
Oh yeah, from delivery fee.
restaurant
That's
dot
smart.
delivery fee.
Yes, I think so.
Delivery fee. So
Is restaurant not here?
oh, it's here. It's here. I'm just thinking, should I put it in the total price with a delivery fee or total price just to be that one? But I can export now the total price from the basket here, total price, and we need it in the basket screen, and we can get it total price here, and we can say create order. Will you send me that dot? Because now I
Okay.
think I want it. Total price.
I need to find it as well, but let me.
Evaluating restaurant delivery fee. Okay, it should be. We should safely access the restaurant there, because the restaurant might not be there. So like this. Let's see. Williamson. The delivery fee is 1.9. Open basket.
Sent it to you.
Total price to fixed to 83.82. So let's see if it calculated correctly. Where is my calculator? Where are you? So 4 multiplied by 6.9 plus 3 multiplied by 8.9 plus 4 multiplied by 6.9 is equal. Oh my God.
A lot of.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know. I didn't actually know what you were doing here. But
So
I
this
sent
is
you
going to
the
be a bit
dot.
easier. This is 10 and plus 440 here. It's 1043. That's perfect. JavaScript math. No, just because here we are displaying only one fixed position. So if I display here as well, only one. But for the total price, probably it should be 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I've sent you the dot in the private chat.
Okay, let's display it here.
Oh, it looks already so much better. I really want it in that other button, but I mean, at least here.
Okay, so I think that our calculations are nice, are correct. I hope, but it looks correct. It looks correct. What we can do, what we can do now is to move to the orders, right?
A quick one question. I'm not sure if you're gonna answer, but yeah, it's not related to right now. Maybe he can write in the Discord, and you'll help with the AVS AppSync API key.
Regarding the AppSync API key,
Yeah,
the API key in AppSync is a way to authenticate who is allowed to access the API. There are different models. API key is one of these models. It's great for development, but it's not very good for production, because if someone that you don't want to know the API key finds out about the API key, he can do any request to your API by having that API key. So in production, it's better to switch from the authorization mode API key to the authorization mode AWS Cognito. And in that case, only the authenticated users in your application with Cognito will be able to access it. Once your API key once your API key expires, you need to basically delete the old one and create a new one. And it's not that easy to explain you at the moment, like how to do it. It's a couple of steps, but you can find some information on the GitHub issues of Amplify that explains this. We are covering these authorization and authentication modes for our API in the course in very depth. So you can check that out as well if you want to learn and understand how this works. But now we can move on to the orders, because
yeah.
I don't want. I want to see Lucas with some makeup.
No.
Yes. Let's go. What do we have? Orders, right? So for the orders, whenever we are in the basket, when we press create order, we should create a new order, as you can imagine. I don't remember. Oh, yeah. Because there is some logic when creating an order, because we will have to move every item from the basket. We will have to move them to the order. And then we would have to delete the basket, and we have to take a lot of steps. So for that reason, I'm not going to do it inside the component, inside this component. I would rather generate another context for our
You were
order.
still wait. You were still in
Okay.
the
Let's do it like this. So let's create another context for our orders. Order context.js. And here let's do import create context, use context. What else?
use effect probably
Use
too.
state, use effect, probably effect from React. Import data store from Amplify, and we will need to import something from the models, and we will need the order, we will need the order dish, we will actually need most probably the basket, because we will remove the basket, and probably that's it. So let's do const order context equal create context. let's define the component that will hold this context. So order context provider equal to a component return. Do you see the speed of
Yeah,
typing?
I can't really even like follow everything.
So we're gonna get children from the props. Let's render the children here. You know what? I have an idea in mind from time to time that if I would start doing freelancing now, like I could make so much money just because I have this structure and I have this speed of developing these mobile applications. And if I like
Yeah.
niche down to only building mobile applications and doing that with resources that I have and I know, like it would be so easy to make so much money. But that's not what I want. So
Rinse and repeat, like repetition makes you powerful. Like the more you write the same thing, the better you'll learn, the faster you will write it.
yeah. So let's export use order context here. But if I would go like freelance, like I would go crazy probably after 2 or 3 months. Use context, the order context. So what function will we export? We will export create order. And this function will not receive any parameters just because we will be able to take them from the basket context. So we have everything in the basket context. We don't need to do anything here. So create order, we export it in the provider here. And let's go ahead and wrap our application with our order provider. We need to place it. First of all, let's import it from order context to order context provider. And we need to put it below the basket because in the order context, we need to have access to the basket. And that's why we need to make sure that the order context is below the basket context. Now in our order context here, no, actually, where do we need to call this function? In our source screens, where, Lucas? Basket, index. Here we have create order button, which we will rename to pressable, not rename, but replace with pressable. We need to import pressable from React Native because we need this to be a button. Use basket context. Let's import as well the import from order context, order context. We will import use order context. Now from the use order context, we can get the create order function.
Close your Explorer tab to, thing.
And when we press on this button, create order, on press, it's gonna call create order. And that's it. Let's go in order context here and do a console warn ABC. Let's go to the, not to the orders. Let's go to the basket, create order ABC. Perfect. That means that we properly connected the context and everything gets from the button up to this function create order.
Where's the price?
What price?
Oh, in the button. I was remembering the previous design.
So here, when we create an order, what should we do? Well, first of all, we need to actually create the order. Then we need to add all basket dishes to the order. And at the end, we need to delete the basket because you don't need it anymore. Delete basket. You already created the order, you delete the basket, and you start over there. Okay, for creating the order, it's not that complicated. We can say new order is equal to await data store dot save new order. What information does a order need? Let's have a look at the Amplify Studio. Order, create order. It needs a user, a restaurant, and a total, and a status. Okay, so for the user, where do we get the user? We get the user from db user that we get from use of context. We get the restaurant from the use basket context. And the order, as I said, needs a user ID, which is going to be dbuser.id. It needs a restaurant ID to know what restaurant to notify. Wait, but is it like this? User restaurant. Let me check in the data model better to understand. Order has a user ID and it doesn't have a restaurant ID, it just has a restaurant itself. So for that, I'm gonna say restaurant with capital R is gonna be restaurant from here.
And for user, you need ID.
For user, we need ID because we don't
Yeah.
have a relationship here. We have it in another place.
Okay.
So we have restaurant here, and status is gonna be new. As you can see, it gives us to pick from the values that we can have because our status is an enumeration. So it's a new, and I see that we have only 15 minutes. And
Adatia is asking, Vadim, is there, but for real, he's asking, is there a real plan to expand on your last year Uber clone? I don't think that there is, but maybe.
We don't have any plans for now, but maybe we can. We'll see. Maybe we can do something because a lot of things are outdated. A lot of things have updated, like GraphQL schema and so on, transformer for Amplify. So for the total, I want to get it from the basket context. Total, or how did we call it?
Total
price. Total price. We're gonna send it here to the new order. Okay, after we have a new order, for all the dishes that are in the basket that we can get from here, basket dishes. For all of them, we have to create one order dish. So basically, we are moving them from basket to order. Because we need to create a lot of them, and these are not creating one basket dish, but if there are 10 basket dishes, we need to create 10 order items. We will have to use the promise.all in order to execute all of them at the same time and await all of them to execute before moving to the next step. And here to the promise all, we need to provide an array of promises. And the array of promises we're gonna create using the map field, the map operator over our basket dishes. And for each basket dish, we will create a data store dot save a new order dish, right? Yes, a new order dish that needs some data. What data does a order dish need? A order dish needs quantity. So for order dish here, quantity is going to be the same as the item in the basket. So basket dish dot quantity. It also will need order ID. we created the order here, so we can say that the order ID is going to be new order dot ID. And what else? It needs a dish. For the dish, we as well can take it simply from our basket, because the basket knows what dish was added. So for the dish, we can take basket dish dot dish like this. So for every basket dish that we have in our basket, we create one order dish with the same information. But only we assign it to the order.
And why is it done like that?
Just because in the next step, we will delete the basket. So we will say await data store dot delete, and we will delete a basket. And which basket? Wait. I think we can simply say what item we want to delete. So basket. And when you delete the basket, because our basket, where is it? Let me show you. Somewhere on the top. Because our basket has a relationship to the basket dishes, it will automatically remove all basket dishes. Like there are a couple of ways to do it. I chose it the easier one, but probably the more performant one is to have not to have two separate order dish and basket dish. But it's still debatable. Like both of these scenarios have pros and cons. Having separate order dish for things that has been ordered and basket dish for things that are in the basket. And the second option is to treat them the same, because they have actually the same things, except this one has a basket, but that one has an order ID. Probably it's a bit confusing, right?
Well, I understand what you want to say, but yeah.
So basically what we have to do is now we create a order because we need to know and to notify the restaurant that, hey, there is a new order, you need to deliver it. But besides creating a order, we need to know what items have been ordered. And where do we take these items that the user wants to order? Well, they are already in his basket. So the only thing that we have to do is take them from the basket, put them in the order, and then delete the basket, because now he already ordered it. So let me see if I deleted correctly. Creating the order first, then creating order dishes. Okay. Dish. Did I do everything? Dish, order ID, yes. And lastly, await data store, delete basket. And by deleting the basket, it deletes all the items inside the basket, which is nice because we don't have to do it manually. So let's have a look if it works.
One quick question.
Yeah.
Which video here has the most content about context API? And I think this one
Yes,
probably.
this one definitely. Like so far, I've been trying not to use that much context API, just not to complicate this. But in this project, like we needed this. So
I touched it on crypto price tracker as well, but this one has a lot more here.
So let's go to this one, open basket, and let's create the order. The order should have 3 items with these quantities. So create order, possible and handle promise rejections. We did something wrong. Let's have a look at what we've done wrong. Rep can't find variable basket. Can find basket, not in order context. It's not basket, or I didn't import it. Basket. Okay. So actually it created that order, but it didn't delete the basket because it failed at the last step. So I can go again at Williams here, open basket, create order. After creating the order, I actually should navigate back So yeah, the thing is that now if I refresh the basket,
Should you redirect back, or as we were
to the
saying, to
order
the order
details.
details? Yeah.
Yeah. That's also great.
Tanya, thank you very much for your kind words, and DTAs as well, telling you a big thank you from Nepal. Lots of love because of your Uber uh, project that you did, and he implemented it like we were talking about, like with even more things with payment
That's
system, and yeah,
that's amazing.
nice.
So look, Lucas. Now, if I go here, I don't see the basket, which means that the order has been successfully
Yeah.
created. What I have to do right now is in the order context is to actually query the orders and save them in state. So orders is set orders, use state, nothing. And when we mount use effect, what we want to do is we want to query all the orders for a specific user. So data store dot query order. We want to query the order that has the user ID equal to the database user dot ID. And then we want to take this and put them, set them, then set orders. Now let's go ahead and take these orders, export them to the outside world. But one more thing is not to forget, after creating an order, at the end, let's also add, not add order, but set orders with all the orders that we have plus the new order that was created in order to automatically have it there. And the last step is to go ahead, implement these orders inside the orders page here. So where do we have it? We have orders detail, not order details, orders screen. Here we take them from dummy data, go away, we don't need that. We will import data store, not data store. We will import use order context, and based on that, we can do orders equal use order context. And now if I go here, it's not working, right? Console.log orders.
Hey Barry, I'm helping Vadim and like checking the chat. I'm not an apprentice, but yeah, I'm helping Vadim.
So my query apparently is wrong because data store query user ID is equal to this one, order db user ID. If I get all the orders from the database, will you work? Then orders, it has two orders. But if I do it like this, it doesn't fetch it properly.
It's okay,
Equal.
Barry.
Why, Lucas? Why? I didn't do that here. DB user ID, DB user. Maybe because database user is not defined yet. So now it works perfectly. So we have orders, and last step is to query the order details. And for that, we need to go to the order details screen in the index, and we're gonna have. Should I also? Let's also implement that in the order context, not to do that in a lot of places. So we will have a function const get order by get order, which will be an async function that will receive the ID.
You
Oh my
forgot two
God.
letters.
Huh?
You forgot async and order.
Bro, I'm looking at the time. So let's return data store dot query order by ID, and that's it. And then we can get the order in the order details, like this use order context, and in the use effect. Come on, use effect not from here, and also use state. Still, we're gonna have to have state for order and set order, use state, and in a use effect, when the component mounts, also we need the the route to know the ID of a order. So use route again.
Oh, your ghost again. Go fix it now. It
No.
looks
Use
very
the
it looks very
uh,
strange on camera.
React navigation native, and
You
use
have a lot of
route.
time. We finished yesterday. You have a lot of time.
Route use. I wanted under 5 hours.
It's not gonna be under 5, but we finished yesterday like at 5:20 or something like that.
Okay, then it's ID, and here we in the use effect we do get order.
Oh, Omkar just watched 16 seconds ad for you on YouTube.
Just add what?
Probably on your video, yeah, 16 seconds advertisement.
So get order ID, then set order in state. And here, what do we see? Order restaurant name. Okay, let's see. Order.
What image do you display here
And
in
event is
order?
not an object order.restaurant. Because we need to check if order, then return activity indicator. Return null for now. You can
No, activity indicator. What the fuck? It will look so bad.
I need to import it manually here.
And
Activity.
Salak is thanking you for your answer about API key.
You're welcome. So yeah, here activity indicator and like this.
No. Size and color.
Large and
Do it
color.
properly. You still have so much time.
Gray.
What kind of image do we display in this list?
Basket dish name. Where is it coming from? Here. Word. It's restaurants dishes. No. This is order details header. I need to move everything from here to the order details component down below, because there is where we have where we need to query it. And for the header, we can simply send it here for props. The order equal order. And here we will receive it as order. And now here, instead of restaurants, we're going to do order dot okay. We also have to query the order dish items. So order dish items, set order.
Guys, are you still following or
items
are
equal
you tired already?
State. And in the get order method that is in our context, instead of just returning the data store, I'm gonna get both the order equal await, but also the order dishes that is gonna be await. Now we need data store dot query order dish
Oh wow! And then the sniper is here, like I think from the beginning, and he's still here.
Order
Please.
dish. We need. That's impressive.
And Soko Sava as well. Wow, you
Order
guys have,
ID equal
I don't
to
know
that
what to say.
ID,
Very nice. Good job, guys.
and we can return the order and order dishes. Or actually, let's return it like this. Everything from the order plus dishes is going to be order dishes. And in this way, we return only one object that in the order details. And this way, in order details, I don't need two state variables because I have everything in the order here. And I
Aditya
can
as well.
access it
Nice.
using order.dishes. Will it work? Get order ID, get is undefined. Get order. Get order. I need to export it here. And if I go here, orders, I see it with all the items inside it.
I don't see the price, how much I paid. And we
You're gonna see it's the same because like we created two orders. But now if I'm gonna go to the home screen, go to this one that has one item, I can create the order. I need to be redirected. Okay, this is something that I want to fix on the basket page.
Rogelio,
Index.
that's the mindset. Never too tired to learn from the best.
So we need to call create order on press, but not only that, we need to on create order. So we're gonna do const on create order is equal a sync function that first awaits creating the order, and after that we need navigation const use navigation from not const. When I do this kind of mistakes, it means that it's time. And let's get the navigation.
Moviska Sid, CID. Thank you from Vadim to you.
Thank you very much. Or someone said thank you to me. But thank you, everyone.
He said that you are awesome.
Let's navigate to the order detail. No, let's actually simply go back.
Okay. Yesterday I'll go back. Yesterday I was suggesting this, and you said no. We will direct the orders detail.
So speaking of that, like let's create a new order. Let's open the basket. Let's create the order. We are redirected back here. This button shouldn't be here, but it's okay. We can go to the orders, and now I see that we have a new order from here. Actually, that one was a different one. This one probably. So it works. I see 2 days ago here that might be misleading.
50 more minutes?
What?
Why Alatunda said 50 more minutes and we get to see Vadim in a clown makeup? It's not 50.
I think that's it. I think we are done. Like, let's look at the presentation. I'm not just cutting out stuff. Demo.
Okay, let's demo. But now Junan says that he's waiting, looking forward to join your paid full stack course. So you can.
Let's go. Yeah, it's very
already
close to releasing it. Like next Monday, you're going to be able to do that. So anyone else who is not yet on the waitlist and wants to get in, make sure to join that in order to receive notifications. And also, I'm going to have a good deal for the waitlist. All right.
So what we built today?
What we have built today. We have built the backend, but I'm so tired. and you're taking everything out of me. Okay, let's start from here. So today we have built the backend side for our user application in our Uber Eats clone. So we started by creating and setting up our backend with Amplify, and after that we went into the authentication. Here, with a couple of lines of code, we managed to add a full authentication stack, starting with like signing screen, sign up screen, where you can create a new account.
Oh,
Uh,
you can change the country code there from the
yes, right
drop-down.
away here.
Nice.
I think he asked about the default country code.
Okay.
So let's sign in with our account, and here we have it. Um,
Ay, ay, ay. Good morning from Indonesia and hi from Uganda. Wow, it's morning. Yeah. Well, for us, it's evening. I'm going to go to sleep after the stream, probably already.
yes, I think we need to, and me as well.
And Aditya,
So
yes,
I'm not
ask
gonna
your
fix this
question.
one at this moment, but if I refresh, we're gonna go past that screen, and it's loading. Come on, come on, come on, let's do it. You can do it. So we have the list of restaurants that we are fetching actually from our API, and like so far we have integrated like a very huge data model with a lot of entities. One of them is this restaurant that has information about the restaurant. Then below it, we have a list of dishes that the restaurant offers. We can check the details of a dish, and all of these things are connected with the backend, and they're not dummy data. So we can add things to the basket. After that, if the basket is created, we see a button here for the basket and the number of items that we have there. We can open the basket, we can review, see it, make sure everything is right, and then we can press create order. That creates a order that we can see in the order screen, and here we can see more information about the order itself. So with that being said, I think we are done, and I think we had an amazing live stream so
Vadim,
far.
one question and a good question from Aditya about your course. So he's asking, he is a batch 0 student and
Yes.
he didn't manage to finish all of the course. Does he need to upgrade to batch 1 or he's going to be able to use?
No, when you buy the course, you have unlimited access to it. So if you are in, then you're in forever. And you are also gonna receive updates with the new modules and new updates that I make to the course throughout that time. Because in software engineering world, a lot of things are changing, and they're changing very fast, and especially like with the tech stack that we are using, React Native, AWS, Amplify. If there is going to be any major updates, I'm going to update the videos as well. So you're good to go. And also good news is that you're going to receive some very new fresh modules this week. I have them ready. We have finished filming them, we have finished editing them. I just don't have time to upload them to the platform, just because these days everything is the challenge, and like I am working like 12 hours a day only to make it happen. But soon you're gonna have a videos.
Yeah. So last question from me. What are we doing with the bet? And also we need to check how long was the previous stream. And maybe someone can do that.
Let's discuss that later. But what I want to say is that we are waiting you tomorrow at the same time, same place. Here, we're gonna be here, and tomorrow we're gonna build the driver side application. We move to the second project here, and the driver side application is going to focus a lot on the maps, on the bottom sheet navigators, and other important and fun parts that we will cover tomorrow. So make sure to join. It was an amazing stream. Thank you everyone who has joined. Thank you, Lucas, for being here. We should do it more often. Like I really enjoyed like um,
The
how it went
structure.
this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Same.
So See you tomorrow, guys. Don't forget to join the waitlist. The course is coming next Monday on 25th of April. I can't wait to get started with the course as well. Whew, I cannot talk anymore. So I say thank you. Bye. Lucas, do you have anything
Bye,
to say?
guys. Goodbye. Have a nice evening, morning, day. I'm not sure.
All right, guys.
Goodbye,
Bye.
guys.